mikrofon czy ten? Jaki mi dacie? Może być ten. Może być ten.
Halo.
Ale to ja nie mogę mieć przed. Ja muszę tu widzieć, co tam będzie. Aha.
Czy zaczynamy? Czy mnie już niestety widać? A to strasznie przepraszam, jak mnie widać. To w takim razie chciałem wszystkich Państwa powitać na 21. konferencji Definiowanie przestrzeni architektonicznej. Jak co roku konferencja jest zorganizowana przez Wydział Architektury, Politechnikę Krakowską, Katedrę Projektowania Architektonicznego oraz naszego nieodzownego współorganizatora Narodowy Instytut Architektury i Urbanistyki. Ja pozwolę sobie, ponieważ w zeszłym roku mieliśmy lekkie problemy i musiałem udawać stand-upera. Mam tu małą ściągę. Konferencja odbywa się corocznie pod patronatem honorowym jego magnificencji rektora Politechniki Krakowskiej profesora Andrzeja Białkiewicza. Konferencja jest objęta patronatem Polskiej Akademii Nauk oraz Komisji Urbanistyki i Architektury Oddziału Krakowskiego Polskiej Akademii Nauk. Konferencja odbywa się dwojako, to znaczy stacjonarnie w budynku Kotłownia na Wydziale Architektury Politechniki Krakowskiej oraz w formie streamingu. Ja pozwolę, żebyśmy bili brawa, jak będę odczytywał. Już nawet jeżeli kogoś nie ma, to na pewno ogląda nas i bardzo się będzie cieszył, że go witamy. Witamy więc jego magnificencję rektora Politechniki Krakowskiej, profesora Andrzeja Białkiewicza. Witamy pana prorektora do spraw nauki, profesora Dariusza Bogdała. Witamy prorektora do spraw studenckich, pana doktora Marka Bauera. Witamy prorektora do spraw ogólnych, pana profesora Tomasza Kapeckiego. Witamy prorektora do spraw kształcenia i współpracy zagranicznej, profesora Jerzego Zająca. Bardzo gorąco witamy pana profesora Kazimierza Furtaka, przewodniczącego Komitetu Inżynierii Lądowej i Wodnej Polskiej Akademii Nauk, byłego rektora naszej uczelni. Witamy bardzo gorąco, ale jeszcze z nami go nie będzie, pana profesora Zbigniewa Zuziaka, przewodniczącego Komitetu Urbanistyki i Architektury Oddziału Polskiej Akademii Nauk. Jest z nami pan profesor Sławomir Gzel, szef Komitetu Architektury i Urbanistyki Polskiej Akademii Nauk. Witamy dziekana Wydziału Architektury, panią profesor Magdalenę Kozień-Woźniak. Mam nadzieję, że będzie z nami, jest z nami chwilowo duchem, ale niestety zatrzymały go w Warszawie bardzo ważne sprawy urzędowe, więc powitajmy, mam nadzieję, że się lada moment u nas zjawi pana profesora Bolesława Sternacha, dyrektora Narodowego Instytutu Architektury i Urbanistyki, współorganizatora dzisiejszego
and architecture, who is the co-organizer of
Witamy prodziekanu Wydziału Architektury, gdyż jesteśmy w zasadzie na Wydziale Architektury. Panią profesor Justynę Kobylarczyk.
Professor Justyna
doktor Agnieszkę Wójtowicz-Wróbel. Panią profesor Urszulę Forczek-Brataniec.
Urszula Forczek-Brataniec.
Tak skromnie tam siedzą. Skromnie
They're sitting down there so modestly.
Bardzo miło nam było powitać, niestety nie mógł do nas dotrzeć, ale na pewno nas ogląda pan profesor Denis Czernyszew, pierwszy prorektor Kijowskiego Narodowego Uniwersytetu Budownictwa i Architektury. Bardzo prosimy o gorące brawa. Jest z nami duchem w Kijowie. Za to udało się dotrzeć panu profesorowi Alemu Mamedowi, dziekanowi Wydziału Urbanistyki i Planowania Przestrzennego Kijowskiego Narodowego Uniwersytetu Budownictwa i Architektury. Gorące brawa.
And spatial planning. He's with us. Thank you.
Witamy panią profesor Julię
Iwaszko from Kiev National University of Construction and Architecture.
Witamy panią
greeting
profesor Lilię
madam,
Gnatiuk z
and then
Narodowego
Professor
Uniwersytetu
Julia
Lotniczego w Kijowa, której niestety nie udało
from
się
the
do nas
National
dojechać, ale będzie miała
Air
wykład i będzie z
Force
państwem na pewno państwa ogląda, więc bardzo
University
proszę o
in
gorące brawa.
Kiev. She didn't manage to arrive, but she'll
Będzie u
be
nas
with us
tylko późnym wieczorem
online,
także
and
pani Olena
late
Oliniuk,
today
profesor z
we'll have with us
Narodowej
Professor
Akademii
Olena
Architektury i
Oliniuk
Architektury
from
w
the
Kijowie.
National
Też prosimy o
Academy
gorące brawa.
of
Jest w drodze.
Arts
Na
in
pewno
Kiev.
niedługo ją
She's
zobaczymy.
on the way, and we will see her
Witamy niestety
shortly.
też tylko internetowo
And then,
przedstawicieli mecenasa, ambasadora
online
Wydziału
only,
Architektury, pana profesora
would like to
Jana
welcome
Dejem ze Stowarzyszenia
Professor
Producentów
Jan
Cementu
Deja from the Association of Cement
oraz pana dyrektora
Producers
marketingu
and
Zbigniewa
Director
Pilcha.
of Marketing, Mr. Zbigniew Pilch.
Witamy przedstawicieli prasy,
Welcome
pana
to the
Lesława Petersa,
representative
redaktora
of the
naczelnego
press,
naszej
Lesław
Politechniki,
who
który
is
jak zwykle jest z
the
nami. Witamy panią
Lesław Peters,
Ewę
who is the
Poremską, redaktor naczelną
editor-in-chief of
Architektura Murator,
nasza
która jest to prawda
Politechnika,
tylko duchem, ale zaraz
magazine.
przemówi do nas zupełnie jak
Ewa
rzeczy.
Poremska. She is the editor-in-chief of Architektura Murator.
Witamy
Gazette.
panią Małgorzatę Tomczak,
And
redaktora naczelnego
Małgorzata
Architektury i
Tomczak,
Biznes.
who is the editor-in-chief of
Dzisiaj przy okazji
Architecture
konferencji
and
odbywa się także
Business
spotkanie dziekanów
magazine.
Wydziałów Architektury
And
Stałej Polski,
today
więc ja
we'll
pozwolę
be
sobie
holding
szybko
the meeting of
przeczytać.
deans of faculties of architecture from all over
bo jest
Poland.
bardzo dużo
So let
nazwisk.
me
Witamy
read
przedstawicieli
all
dziekanów,
the
prodziekanów z
names. So we
Politechniki
have
Poznańskiej, panią
deans
dr Agatę
and
Gawla,
deputy deans from technical universities from all the countries.
Zachodniopomorskiego
From
Uniwersytetu
Poznań,
Technicznego w Szczecinie profesora
from
Zbigniewa
Szczecin,
Paszkowskiego, z Politechniki
from
Śląskiej pana
the
profesora Klaudiusza Frosa,
Technical University of Zielona
do
Góra,
Uniwersytetu Zielonogórskiego panią
and
profesor
from
Annę
the
Buzan
University of Zielona.
Krzywoszańską oraz panią profesor Martę Skibę.
And then we have representatives
Z Politechniki
of the
Rzeszowskiej panią
Technical
profesor Marzenę
University of
Płos i panią
Rzeszów.
doktor Annę Martykę. Z Politechniki Białostockiej
Then
pana
we
profesora
have
Bartosza Czarneckiego.
The representative of the Technical
Politechniki
University
Wrocławskiej
of
panią profesor
Białystok,
Barbarę Gronostajską i pana doktora Romana Czajkę.
We have representatives of the
Z Politechniki
Technical
Warszawskiej
University of
pana
Warsaw,
dziekana Krzysztofa Koszewskiego i panią profesor Krystynę Solarę.
profesor Krzysztof Koszewski,
I
profesor
z Politechniki
Solarek,
Gdańskiej
from the
panią
Technical
profesor
University
Lucynę
of
Nykę.
Gdańsk, profesor Lucyna.
To nie koniec wielkich gości, którzy nam
This
dzisiaj
is-
zaszczycili. Z
This
Politechniki
is not
Łódzkiej
the
pana
end
profesora
of
Marka
the list.
Pawicha,
We then have
który przy
Professor
okazji
Marek
zjazdu
Pawik from the
zjazdu
Technical
dziekanów jest
University
wielkim
of Łódź.
przyjacielem
He is
konferencji,
also
będzie miał dla
a
Państwa
great
swój wykład
friend
oraz
of our
Krakowskiej
conference,
Akademii imienia
and he's
Frycza
going to,
Modrzewskiego pana profesora
present
Krzysztofa
his,
Ingardena.
lecture to you. And then we have Professor Dr.
Witam wszystkich
Krzysztof
uczestników
Ingarden
konferencji z
from
całego świata, którzy nas
Modrzewski
zaszczycili.
College. And then we have
Witam bardzo
our guests
serdecznie
from all over the
studentów
world. I would like to welcome
Międzynarodowej Szkoły
students of the
Inżynierskiej
International
z Chin,
School
którzy też nas
of
licznie
Engineering from
zaszczycili,
China.
i
Thank
naszego
you very much for
pełnomocnika
being
dziekana do
here.
spraw
And then we
International
have
School
the
of Engineering
representative
pana
of
profesora
the
Rafała
dean for the
Zawisza.
International School of Engineering, Professor
Tu
Rafał
studenci muszą bardzo
Zawisza.
pić gorące brawa dla pana profesora.
Students, a round of applause to your
Mam nadzieję, że dużo osób będzie
Zawisza.
oglądało naszą transmisję. Miałem teraz przekazać
much
głos
hope to
panu profesorowi
have a
Stelmachowi,
numerous
który
audience
mówił pierwszy
online.
jako przedstawiciel
And I was going to give the floor to
współorganizatora,
Professor
ponieważ
Stepak,
niestety
who
profesor
was
dołączy do nas później.
to
Bardzo bym prosił
represent the
o głos
co-organizer, but
panią dziekan
unfortunately the professor will
Magdalenę
join us
Kozień-Woźniak, żeby nas trochę
later.
pochwalić.
So, Madam Dean, Magdalena Kozień-Woźniak, please come up to the stage to open the conference and say
Panie profesorze,
kind
proszę
words
państwa,
of address to our guests. Thank you,
profesorowie,
Professor.
koledzy,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear
badacze,
professors,
jest dla mnie wielkim
dear
zaszczytem
colleagues,
przywitać
dear researchers,
państwa
and members of the
w imieniu
academy.
Wydziału Architektury
That is
na
my great honor to
Krakowskiej,
welcome you
na konferencji,
at this Faculty of Architecture of
którą organizujemy
Technical
we
University of
współpracy
Kraków.
z Narodowym
We organized this conference in collaboration
Jest dla nas naprawdę
with the
wielkim
National
zaszczytem gościć
Institute of
was
Architecture.
wszystkich w Krakowie.
We're honored to have you
Wspaniałych
here
naukowców,
today in Kraków,
architectów,
distinguished
studentów całego
architects,
świata.
our guests and
Szczególnie
students from all over
witam
the
naszych
world.
przyjaciół, którym
In
udało
particular,
się
I would like to
do nas
extend
dotrzeć
our
z
warmest
Ukrainy,
words
z
of welcome
Kijowa
to
i
our
z innych
guests
miast.
from Ukraine,
No,
from
nie wszystkim się
Kiev and
udało, ale
other
cieszymy
cities.
się, że jesteście z
Not
nami.
all of
No,
you were
Państwo,
able
no,
to make
tak
it,
mówię,
but we're
szczególna ta
happy to
konferencja
have
jest
you
dla
with
nas,
us. As I'm
silne
saying,
więzy, jakie nam
this
od
conference,
lat
this event is
łączą,
very
pozwalają
special.
nam na to,
We
abyśmy mogli
have
się
this special
wspólnie
bond.
cieszyć dyskusją,
And,
wymianą poglądów.
We are very much looking forward to enjoying this debate, exchange of ideas in such difficult times. For perhaps this concept of avant-garde architecture is a very special topic and theme in architecture. Architecture was always on the brink of tearing up the ties and being at the forefront of changes. I would like to thank the organizers, the committee, patrons, and in particular, I would like to thank Professor Kozłowski. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Professor was kind enough to select speakers for debate. So thank you so much. Enjoy the debate, enjoy the conference, and enjoy your stay in this royal city of
Pogoda jest
Kraków.
raczej konferencyjna.
Ladies
Co
and
prawda,
gentlemen,
włoscy przyjaciele
we
twierdzą,
have
że
this
śnieg
great
jest bardzo
weather for
piękny. Ja
conference.
trochę z tym nie zgodzi.
Our
Może
Italian
ktoś przyjeżdża
friends,
tu na
they
wschód,
love
to
snow. They
piękne.
claim the snow is
Mamy,
beautiful. Well,
teraz
I'm
wysłuchamy pani
dare to disagree.
redaktor Poremskiej, która,
Madame
jak państwo
Poremska,
zobaczą,
the
niestety nie
editor
mogła
in
z nami
chief,
być.
unfortunately, as you can see, she could not join us today because she's in a very different location. Well, she's definitely got more snow over there. So let us listen to her greeting. Ladies and gentlemen, all ambassadors of the Faculty of Architecture, it is my pleasure to address you at this start of the conference. As you can see today, I'm today in a location which is not exactly your location. Well, in the context of avant-garde, durability of tradition, the strength of tradition, that should be also the topic covered. So, fitness for purpose and permanence, durability, beauty used to be the signposts of architectural design. But nowadays, avant-garde has debate. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Zakończymy oficjalną część
Thank you so much.
wstępu. Ja chciałem tylko jeszcze,
let
póki
us,
jestem przy mikrofonie i póki nie
close this
przekażę
official part.
go moderatorom pierwszej sesji, na którą
But
sami
as
będą
long
Państwa
as I'm holding the
zapraszać,
mic
chciałem
and
bardzo
before I
podziękować
hand it over to
biuru konferencji,
moderator
które organizowało konferencję, które
of
zawsze
this
to
first
są
session, I
osoby,
want to
które są
thank
trochę
the
schowane. Państwo ich
organizational
nie widzą, odbierają maile. Najbardziej
panel,
podziękuję pani
department
profesor
of
Annie Mielnik, sekretarzowi
this
konferencji,
conference.
która
Anna
wysyłała do
Mielnik,
Państwa bardzo
the
dużo maili.
secretary of this conference,
Jakby Państwo mogli
she
bardzo
was
głośno
the one
zaklaskać.
who was mailing you. So a round of applause in
Ja szybko
recognition of
przeczytam
her effort.
skład
Let
biura
me read very
konferencji.
quickly,
Pan dr Przemysław Bigaj, pan
members
Wojciech Ciepucha, Mucha,
of
pani doktor
this
Monika Gała-Walczowska, pan Krzysztof
conference
Jasiński, pan doktor
organizing
Marek Początko, pan
Raw.
Piotr Talony-Dobrzański, pan Grzegorz Twardowski i nasza niezawodna finansistka Joanna Piszczek.
Joanna
Bardzo proszę
Piszczek,
jeszcze raz o gorące
responsible
brawa.
for finance. A round of applause again. Thank you so much for assisting
Bardzo
us.
chciałem także
And I
podziękować
would like to thank
dwóm
this
firmom,
opportunity
które zajmują się naszą konferencją,
to
firmie
thank
KUC oraz firmie Panopticon Film,
companies
bez
that
której
support
byśmy
our
się
conference,
nie
KUC
narzekam, nam się troszkę
and
uda do
Panopticon,
końca dnia i
the
ale
technical
bez
support.
pomocy nie udało
So
nam
we
się
thank you
zorganizować
very
tego,
much. We
mam nadzieję,
wouldn't be here
sympatycznego
without
wydarzenia.
you and
Ja
without your
dziękuję,
assistance.
dziękuję, nie będę swoją osobą Państwa
So
męczyć,
that
bym
is all
teraz,
from
jeśli można,
me.
zaprosił na pierwszą
And
sesję,
perhaps
którą
now
poprosi
is
pan
the
profesor
time
Wacław
to
Celadyn i
open
profesor Jan
the
Słyk.
first session, moderated by Professor Wacław Celadyn
Konferencji.
and Professor Jan Smyk.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Rozpoczynamy pierwszą sesję, która jest złożona z trzech prezentacji. Niestety jedna prezentacja nie będzie miała miejsca, ale pierwsza będzie miała i tą pierwszą nam przedstawi pan profesor Sławomir Gzel z Warszawy, a tytuł prezentacji brzmi Awangarda, gest czy obowiązek. Zapraszam panie profesorze.
Chciałem sprawdzić, czy działa, ale zdaje się, że...
I just wanted to check if everything is working, but it seems to be just fine.
Panowie przewodniczący, szanowni państwo,
Dear panelists, dear
tytuł
colleagues,
wypowiedzi mojej
the title of my presentation
Awangarda,
is displayed on the screen. Avant-garde, is it a gesture or a duty?
jakie mam.
This title is inspired by my memories from this conference because I've been coming here every single year from the very beginning and I bore you with my presentations, with my papers.
Wspomniałem kilka dni temu,
As I recalled just a couple of days ago when I was preparing a
20
short
lat temu na
written
konferencji, która była
text,
poświęcona
I remembered something I said just 20 years ago during a
w pewnym momencie
conference.
takie sformułowanie o
At some
teorii na
point,
własny użytek.
We
Nie
talked about
wielkiej
a
teorii,
theory for its own sake, not about a great architectural theory, a great urban planning theory, just a great theory for the theory's own sake.
Wspomniałem o tej
In a text that was published next to mine, when I mentioned this theory for its own sake, was a text by Professor Kozłowski.
Darek napisał,
And
że
in
nie
that
ma
text,
kierunków
Dariusz Kozłowski said that there were no architectural currents at that point. There was only this original creative activity.
I nie widać jakiejś wielkiej narracji, jakiejś wielkiej jednej teorii architektury, ani nawet prób porozumiewania się. I zdezorientowani pozostają także naśladowcy oraz ci, którzy o tych teoriach rozmaitych słuchają.
We had a lot of theories, but none of them were followed consistently.
Fragmentacji środowiska architektów
Let me tell you that this
nie ma dzisiaj
fragmentation
tego, co 100 lat
of
temu nazywano
our
awangardą.
circles
Przynajmniej tak nazywali się
means
ci, którzy
that
chcieli do tej
no
grupy
avant-garde can be
architektów i
identified.
urbanistów należeć. To była grupa, która łączyła
So,
się wokół jakiegoś nazwijmy to sobie,
we
grupy
had
wskazu
groups
czegokolwiek lub
that
kogokolwiek
associated
Tak było przez cały lat.
around a specific
Nawet
concept,
wtedy,
around a
kiedy,
specific direction. That was the situation for many
działalność
years.
SIAM-u została zakwestionowana
And
jako
even when
Avant-Garde,
the
robiła to
activity
znowu,
of
tak
SIAM
jak
was
SIAM grupa,
questioned
która
as
nawet
an
w nazwie
avant-garde,
miała
that was
team.
done by another group,
Czyli znów
a
nie
group that
pojedynczy
even had
architekci,
the
ale
word
jakaś,
team
zdecydowana
in its name.
w swoich
So it was
poglądach
not a
grupa.
single architect,
Potem
but
było
a
podobnie.
group that shared the
Rozproszeni
same
mistrzowie
views.
postmodernizmu
And then the
postanowili
story
wspólnie
repeated itself.
pokazać,
So
co o tym
dispersed
chodzi, o co
masters
w tym
of
chodzi. I
modernism
stąd
attempted to
pojawiła się
present
wystawa,
their
pierwsze
views
numerowane,
on
pierwsze
the
biennale
architecture,
weneckie,
and hence
La
the
Presenza
first
del Passato.
Biennale of
I rzecz
Architecture
powtórzyła się
entitled
znów wtedy,
La Presenza
kiedy
del Passato.
już postmodernizm
And the
jakby
situation
zaczynał
once
być
again
passé
repeated
i
itself.
zaczęliśmy mówić
Once
o
postmodernism started
znów
to be the song of the past, and we started talking about
postanowiono zaprezentować to wspólne
once
dochodzenie
again,
do tego dekonstruowania wszystkiego.
it was
Na
decided
wystawie,
to
w
showcase
Nowym
this
Jorku,
path
gdzie znów
towards
kilka osób
deconstruction
zebrało się,
at
żeby
an
zaprezentować
exhibition in the
swoją
US at
działalność.
MoMA,
Taka
where
anegdota przy
several
okazji, która być może
creators
powie nam, czy
associated
rzeczywiście wszyscy
to
byli przekonani
make
do
this exhibit.
uczestnictwa
So
w takich właśnie grupach, czy też na wszelki
the question
wypadek
is
lepiej
whether
twierdzimy, że lepiej było
we
być
should
lub nie
really
być w takim,
join such a
takim
group
zespole.
or rather not.
I z wywiadu Gerego
So
wynika
Gary
rzecz następująca. Przyznał się,
concluded
że on się
that
specjalnym
he
dekonstruktorem
himself
niczego nie czuł. Że on
didn't
po prostu
identify as a deconstructionist. So he pursued his project following his own theory of architecture, but because he refused to participate at the Presenza del Passato exhibition, nobody speaks of him as or nobody spoke of him as a progressive architect. And he feared that he would be omitted. As a result, he decided to join the exhibit. So this is what he said in an
zwróćmy
interview.
uwagę na taki fakt. Nie
But
każdy z nas miał, czy ma
let's
szansę uczestniczyć,
conclude one
być
thing.
członkiem
Not all of us have had the
silnych,
chance to
znanych
become
powszechnie
part
grup, jak
of
właśnie
these
wspomniany,
strong,
wcześniej SIAM, jak
recognized
czy
teams such as
nie
SIAM,
każdy był przyjacielem
and not
Aldo
all of
Rossiego
us
i w związku
had
z tym
Aldo
nie
Rossi as a
zaproszono na
friend.
rozmaite
Not all of
wystawy
us have been
i tak dalej.
invited to participate
I
in
być może
major
to była
exhibitions.
przyczyna,
And maybe
dla
that
których
was the
wiele
reason
osób spośród
why
nas starało się
many of us have tried individually
organizować swoją pracę
to
wokół
organize our
własnej
work
teorii architektury,
around our
urbanizmu,
own
dodam.
personal theory of architecture, of urban planning,
Takie osoby
and
robią
for
to,
our
uważają,
own
że będzie
sake.
inne niż było do tej pory.
We attempted
Co tu dużo mówić?
doing things
Mamy
that were
taki
different than before.
obowiązek, żeby te gesty
Because in the
architektoniczne, o
end,
których tu wspomniałem,
it is our duty to make these architectural
powtarzam, gesty w
gestures.
architekturze,
Let me
czyli tworzyć rzeczy,
re-emphasize, we
których do
should
tej
make
pory
gestures
nie znaliśmy.
that have
W każdym
been
razie nie znała ich
unknown
publicznie.
thus far, at least publicly.
Mam tutaj kilka przykładów,
And let
które
me share
wziąłem z
a
własnej
couple of
działalności,
examples
poznam ją
from
lepiej
my own
niż
activity
jakąkolwiek inną
because I know it
działalność, a poza
better
tym nie
than the
ośmieliłbym
activity
się
of anybody else.
nikogo
And
wykorzystywać do
then
działalności.
I wouldn't like to
takiej prezentacji.
use or exploit anybody
chciałbym
else's
pokazać
work
państwu,
for the purpose of
o co tak
illustrating
naprawdę
my
chodzi
point.
mi wtedy,
So
kiedy
let me
mówię
show
o
you
tej,
what I truly mean
awangardzie
when I
własnych
talk
uwag.
about avant-garde for its own sake.
Tu?
Right, so let me just try to change the slide.
Pierwsza rzecz, o
Okay,
której
so the
chciałem
first thing
powiedzieć,
that
to
I
jest
wanted to
podejście
discuss
ekologiczne. Mają
is
Państwo na
the
górze datę,
ecological
w którym
approach.
projekt został
And
zrobiony.
here you also
To
have the
jest
date
konkurs
when
na
the project, the design was made. It was in
zachodnią
1967.
część Helsinek, prawdę
And
powiedziawszy,
it
czyli
was
gminę
a
Espoo.
design for the Espoo
Praca
commune, the
została
western
nagrodzona.
part of Helsinki. This design
Przypominam, że
won
był to
a
okres,
prize. And
w
let me
którym
just remind you that
dominowały
in this
projekty,
period,
o których mówiono na świecie, takie jak
the dominant type of projects were the ones that
Autorzy
you
tej
can
pracy
see in this
postanowili
slide. So
zrobić
the
coś zupełnie
authors
innego.
of this specific
Uwierzyć,
design decided to
to,
choose a
czym
different path.
jest
They
teren, na którym przyszło nam działać.
decided
Las,
to take into
wzgórza,
account
w związku z
the
tym
landscape in
powstały
which they were working, the
ścieżki
hills,
pieszo-rowerowe.
forests, so they
Ścieżki
created
pieszo-rowerowe, to, o czym dzisiaj gazety
cycling
pisują, że
and
są takie
pedestrian
potrzebne,
paths. This is
wokół
something that
których były
newspapers
budowane domy do
write
mieszkania,
about
a
so
komunikacja
frequently today.
niezależnie
And
od
around that we built
była
houses
prowadzona gdzieś w jakichś
and added
dolinach.
communication independently
Architektura
in
w
valleys.
odróżnieniu od tego,
So
co widzimy na tym
architecture,
zdjęciu,
unlike what
miała
we are
wyglądać
seeing
tak.
in this previous photo, was
Wszystko miało
supposed to
być
look like this.
wzięte
Everything
terenu, z
was
tych cech
meant
terenu, które tam
to
które tam
respond
istniały.
to the natural features
I
of the
istnieją do tej
existing
pory.
landscape.
Zrealizowano coś zupełnie innego.
So, unfortunately, something completely different was put in place, but it's a separate
73
issue.
rok,
Now,
kolejny
on to another
projekt.
project from
Dzielnica lecznictwa
1973.
uzdrowiskowego w
This
Augustowie
is
i znów
a spa district
autorom
in
tego projektu chodziło o
Augustów.
takie
So the
właśnie
authors of
być
this
może
project,
nieuświadomione
once
jeszcze do
again,
końca podejście
maybe not
ekologiczne,
even being aware of that, took this
świadomie
ecological
zostało
approach
napisane.
to designing,
domy wczasowe,
and they
sanatoria,
planned, they designed
zbudowane w
residential
najwyższych,
houses,
najwyżej
the
położonych
spa
miejscach
centers,
tego terenu.
on
Las wykorzystany
the
częściowo
elevations
jako
in
park,
this
częściowo zostawiony
area.
w naturalnej
They partly
postaci. Znów
decided to
niestety nie
leave
udało się
the
tego
park as it was, leave the
zrealizować.
forest as it was. Unfortunately,
jak się
once
okazało,
again, this project
nie
was
temu
not fully implemented.
rodzaju,
The environment was not conducive to
kompozycja
this kind
urbanistyczna,
of
tego rodzaju
urban
kompozycja
planning, to
przestrzenna
this kind
była
of
zbyt
spatial
trudna dla
compositions that was
władzy
too difficult for the
ówczesnej, która
authorities
miała
at that
to
time
zwracam
to
Państwu
put
uwagę,
in place.
jest to rok
But
73,
let me just
nawet
re-emphasize that
boję
we
się
are talking
obliczać,
about
ile to lat temu.
1973. Let me just skip the calculation of how many years ago that took place, because, well, it would reveal how old I am. And one of the last projects that followed the same spirit.
Lublin,
2012, Lublin,
Podzamcza.
the area of Podzamcze, so near the castle, and everything that was planned, designed in here was supposed to be reminiscent of the hills on which the castle is erected on the one side, while on the other hand, and on the other side, we have another hill that is overgrown with trees. So the valley that was to be developed with this commercial complex was supposed to be reminiscent of this great hall. So we wanted to add something on the roofs, and the roofs were supposed to be green, obviously. So the year was 2012, which means that from 1967 to 2012,
systematycznie powtarzaliśmy
we have been repeating the same approach consistently. One more thing is the approach that I have called stop sprawl. It was in 1981. We didn't talk about sprawl at that time. But the project, the design that started with some small studies aimed at addressing the issue of developing recreational areas around Warsaw in order to prevent the sprawl that we need to confront today. So we used the easiest thing possible around the Calvaria Mountain, the Calvary Mountain. We planned several small villages, settlements, where the development, recreational, holiday development was to be concentrated, that so many people wanted to have near their primary residence. So let me remind you that then we had these wonderful projects, these wonderful designs, such as the Federation of Small Towns near Poznań, which is has been partially put in place, unfortunately only partially, but this, in inverted commas, avant-garde approach to the way of thinking, our attempt at stopping the sprawl, well, can be visible in this design. And one more thing is the compact city where you can reach everything you need within a 15 minutes walk, at least to achieve the goals that we need to achieve in our daily lives. So it is the design of Wałów, also prepared for a competition in 1971. At that point, nobody was talking about this 15 minutes, but in this specific project as well as in the project of restructuring put in 1976, we clearly said that these urban centers need to be rethought, redesigned in such a way so that residents could reach all of their daily goals within 15 minutes. And we also made here something like a balance of a pedestrian and time balance of a pedestrian. So we assumed that somebody who lived in the center of Puck should be able to attain all of their goals within 15 minutes. So eventually in 2010, with a group of students, we made designs for the city of Warsaw that designed 3 different types of paths. One of them for elderly citizens, so that they could attain the goals that they want to attain relatively quickly. Then for people who are elderly yet ambitious, that may get there faster. And one more path for people who actually go across the city regardless of what they come across and are able to overcome any obstacles, as you can see in here. So people who are highly mobile. So to sum up, we could say that with respect to myself and other colleagues, I continue to use this word avant-garde in inverted commas, because I don't want you to think that we are trying to compare ourselves to the true representatives of the avant-garde, that all of the textbooks and all of the encyclopedias of architecture dedicate entire chapters to. But I believe that my team has nothing to be ashamed of, because we have tried to be consistent, even though that we were nowhere to be found in official publications. We have tried and strived to pursue our own paths, And we have continued to make these gestures that I consider to be our duty. And to conclude, I have brought with myself a book by Hanna Adamczewska, The Influence of the Realizations of the Implementation on urban design. So we talk a lot about flexible planning today. We say that our designs should be flexible and should be able to respond or take into account a number of modifications and changes to the urban environment. So many things that are around us. This book was written in 1964. It's not a new book, even though today we talk about this different type of planning. Adamczewska, based on her own experiences, because let me remind you that together with Kazimierz Weicher, she designed the only city of this size constructed in Poland. And based on these experiences, she wrote this book. This is the book that I return to from time to time. And when I was working on design to a larger scale in Warsaw, every time I try to remind about this book to everybody who are not doing something that I refer to as planning maneuvers. So without being inflexible and really sticking to a specific solution, we should be responsive and respond to this changing tissue of the urban environment. So an architect and urban planner is obliged to make these new gestures, to make new designs for the city. They are obliged to make these gestures, let me repeat that one more time, based on the experiences that Adamczewska is writing about. If some of you have not read it, unfortunately the book has been only published in Polish, so I'm very sorry for those of you who cannot really read it, but we can always help and summarize it if needed. I would like to recommend it to everyone. This is a truly avant-garde book, and without this book, it seems to me that our urban planning activity wouldn't be as elaborate as it is today. We would continue to draw designs, to talk about composition, because the 3/3 of my life I have devoted to talking about architectural composition, but sometimes I try to talk about something deeper, about something else. Okay, thank you very much. I hope that I have not extended my time slot too much. Okay, thank you. Generally, we will have a Q&A session at the end of a specific block, but if you do have a question or two, I think we have a little bit of time, so if anybody has a question, go ahead now. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so thank you, Professor Gzel, for this overview of the avant-garde in Poland. And I think what should stay with us is the fact that now we do not have any specific guidelines, and we need to get by ourselves, so we do not have any defined models, and we always need to choose the path to follow. It seems that the only consistent element that sets out the directions for today's architecture is this paradigm of sustainability, because since it appeared, it has dominated architecture and it influences the stylistics, right? So this stylistics is being created, developed as a result of analysis that are rooted in sustainability, in this link between architecture and nature. And I believe that this is also the issue that will be mentioned during these initial presentations about avant-garde. So thank you, Professor. And now over to the next speaker. I don't know if the next panelist would like to add something. Yes, thank you for this presentation, as it was deeply rooted in this real context. Yes, thank you for your comments on this experimental ground for innovation that you discussed. And I believe it's a good thing that we started at this very point, and with the issue of shaping the space. I believe it was a good introduction for the second paper that explores a slightly different area. So the shaping of virtual space with the use of technical but not digital measures. And this is the presentation by our next speaker, Professor Pabich. Over to you, Professor.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Mam nadzieję, że słychać.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Szanowni Państwo, prezentację, którą Państwu
The presentation, which you will see in a moment, is the result of work of my younger colleague, who is with us here in this room, Karol Krzyżanowski, and myself. I would like to invite you to reflect on the architecture in the context of other science fiction concepts of avant-garde and how it entwines with the architecture and avant-garde in art. So it is no coincidence that on this first slide we can see space. Well, it was filmed and photographed by people, filmmakers. At the same time, they referred to the architectural studies of the interwar period. And I'll be talking about 4 films: Elita, Metropolis, Things That Will Come, and Lost Horizon. But before I move on to science fiction films, let me give you some historical background, the introduction, because what is happening right now is linked to what was happening earlier, unless there is a documentation to the contrary. But if we look back, Mycenaean period of ancient Greece, and then if we go to space, and if we travel to space, we can see certain similarities in the perception of moon in the film about flying to the moon. So let us look at the film and watch it for a moment.
To, co poleciało w kosmos,
so what
rakieta, puszka,
went
trudno powiedzieć, co to wtedy
up
było.
into space,
Sprawia wrażenie,
irrespective of what it was it a can, was it a spaceship?
Ludzi, którzy jednak się uratowali
Well,
i potem
that was about the people, basically, who survived and who were fighting with the aliens by using these space umbrellas. Artists looked at that from a different point of view, and they simply saw a soup can. But on the other hand, these missiles were considered an attempt to conquer the world. But on the other hand, that was just
miała różne
looking
oblicze
at
i tu
the
to Państwo
society,
Grzel mówił o pewnych obliczach, ja powiem właśnie
with semi-shut
związanej z
eyes.
Marinetti
And then
mówił, że
Marinetti
awangarda jest
used to
walką
say that
z
avant-garde
nieznanymi siłami, tak
was a
że nieznane siły
struggle with
do
unknown
człowieka.
forces,
Jak widzimy,
forces
pierwszy
unknown to
rząd,
humans.
ta
So
awangarda
it's
czasami
in
była
this first
tak
row
dynamiczna,
on the left,
tak
you can see
wyrazista,
that this avant-garde was
elektrysowała
so
między do
dynamic,
działania.
so clear
A co
in
wtedy robiły
expression
kobiety?
that it
Niestety,
put a lot of
zostały
energy
skazane
into
na
action.
skok
But at
na głowę
that
i ciężko pracowały,
point
żeby
in time,
mężczyźni mogli
women
realizować się w
had
awangardzie.
to work very hard so
Awangarda
men
oczywiście
could
w pewnej
find
części była
their
dążeniem
fulfillment
do
in avant-garde. So avant-garde was a strive towards
złapania
futurism,
Przyszłości,
about
przyszłości,
future, it was about
atakowała
catching
najróżniejszymi
the
bodźcami
future.
plastycznymi.
Avant-garde was attacking with a variety
Odwoływała
of
się
artistic
do motoryzacji,
stimuli.
do kolei
It
i tak dalej.
referred to
I ten ciąg do nowoczesności, do przyszłości,
motor
której jeszcze
vehicles,
wtedy nie potrafili
engine
zdefiniować,
vehicles.
jaka ona powinna
At that
być.
point in time,
Nagle architekci
uh,
uznali, że
artists
tak, oni
could
mogą
not define the
całkowicie zdefiniować.
concept of future avant-garde, but all of a
Szczególnie
sudden,
modernistyczni,
architects, they realized that they could define avant-garde.
próbowali ludziom stworzyć
Architects, in particular
możliwy,
modernist
obudować
architects,
przestrzeń,
they
którą-
believed
której
that
będzie
they
to
could be
fantastycznie
the
żyło.
creators of the future, and they
I
were
poszukiwania
struggling
szczęśliwych
to
ludzi w tych wielkich
create and
przestrzeniach
form
nadal trwają,
perfect
że nikt nie
space
znalazł
for
takiej
happy
przestrzeni, w której
people,
ludzie są szczęśliwi.
so to
Jeżeli
make
spojrzymy na
people happy
te
in
osiedla
that
z daleka,
space. So
one
if we
jeszcze
look at
sprawiają
these
całkiem
residential estates
wrażenie
from afar,
rozsądne.
they
Jak
seem
zaczniemy się zbliżać,
reasonable
okazuje się, że
in a,
jednak nie
in a way,
jest
but
takie, jakbyśmy chcieli.
when with a shorter, when we reduce our distance,
Mankamenty.
within a shorter distance, we
Pierwszym
can
artystą,
see some
który tak naprawdę
defects of
zdefiniował
that concept. And the first
to
artist
widzenie
who
mankamenty
actually
z
was the
perspektywy bliższej i dalszej,
one to define that
również
concept
artysta
from
awangardowy
a
Marcel
long
Duchamp,
and
który
short
stwierdził, że jeżeli
perspective,
widzimy coś z daleka, to
was
to
the
ma jakiś
artist who
wpływ.
said that if we
Natomiast
see
jeżeli
something from
spojrzymy z
afar,
bliska,
that
całkowicie
there is
tracimy
a certain
wtedy
lure,
uroku.
there is a certain
Artyści
awe to that.
awangardowi
But the same
atakowali
things
wszystkie zmysły człowieka
so
symboliką,
seen
dynamizmem.
from a
Ta symbolika
close
czasami
perspective,
była
they lose
niestety
their
bardzo niepokojąca.
charm.
Niepokojąca
At
jest również
some
do
point,
dzisiaj.
that was quite
Ale jeżeli
disturbing to
wrócimy
see
do
that picture.
architektów
But if we
modernistycznych,
go back to modernist
to zauważymy,
architects,
że oni
we
nie
will
byli
notice
tak wielką
that
siłą, takim dynamizmem
they
w
did
swoim
not
działaniu,
represent
w
this
sensie
force,
zagospodarowania
this
przestrzeni, tylko nagle
dynamic
moderniści
approach
awangardowi
to
sprowadzili swoje
development
działania
of
do
that
najprostszych
space.
form,
They
próbowali
boiled
po
down
prostu
their
człowiekowi
activity to
obudować
the
jego
simplest
wszystkie funkcje
forms.
życiowe,
They were
wprowadzić do
simply
najprostszego
attempting to
pudełka.
bring down all the
Natomiast,
life functions of humans to the simplest box.
czy niemiecki,
Then we had these German, Russian,
ekspresjonizm, przepraszam.
oh, excuse me, I'm talking about
Ekspresjonizm znalazły bardzo wyraźnych,
expressionists.
chociaż modernistycznych
So modernism
przełożenie na filmy awangardowe, ale
translated
szczególnie
very
te dwa
well into
kierunki,
avant-garde
ekspresjonizm
films, but in particular these two directions,
przestrzeni filmu
expressionism and
fantastyczno-naukowego
constructivism,
bardzo mocno znalazł swoje
were these two
odzwierciedlenie.
directions
Chociaż z
were
drugiej
very
strony
strongly
filmy te były
reflected
dzieckiem swojego
in
czasu. One wyrażały
early science
estetykę
fiction
tych czasów,
films.
w których były
So they
kręcone,
expressed the
a jednocześnie mogły
aesthetics
sobie pozwolić,
of
reżyserzy,
the
scenografowie mogli
period.
sobie pozwolić na to, żeby
At the
zapomnieć
same time,
o tym, że te
directors
formy
and
niekoniecznie
set
muszą
designers could
trzymać,
take
niekoniecznie
the
muszą być
liberty
otwarte. Po prostu
of
była to scenografia, która jednak
arranging
daleka była od realnych działań
sets in a
architektów.
free
Tak jak
and
powiedziałem,
unrestricted
miasta
manner.
stawały się
As I
tłem
said,
do
cities
działań
were turning into
metropolis
the
jest
background
szczególnym
of
miastem,
film
film jest
actions
szczególne
and
miasto,
film
które tak
plots.
naprawdę poza swoją
So
fabułą
here,
drugim
Metropolis
bohaterem
presents this
jest po
very
prostu
special
architektura
city.
i miasto.
Apart from
Miasta
protagonists, we
pojawiły
have
się nowe formy
architecture as
zbudowane
another
przez,
protagonist of the
artystów
film,
awangardowych.
with forms built by
Wykorzystywano
avant-garde
najnowsze pomysły,
artists.
aby zaszokować
They were
zupełnie
fed
innym
on
światem niż ten, w
then
którym żył.
current ideas
Przykładem mogą
to
być tu
shock
dwa,
viewers.
znane filmy
Let me
Elita
give you
i
an example.
Metropolis,
Elita
architektura
and
naprawdę odgrywa
Metropolis
wielkie znaczenie.
These
Akurat
films
Metropolis
were
zostało
dominated by
nakręcone
architecture.
przez,
Actually,
Kalendę
Metropolis
jeszcze w okresie Republiki
was
Weimarskiej.
filmed
Wydawało się, że
by
wszystkie
its
problemy,
director
wszystkie
during
bolączki,
the Weimar
które wynikają
Republic.
z
At that time, it was
różnic
still
kulturowych,
possible to
historycznych
believe
i tak dalej
that
na terenie
all the
tej
pains,
republiki,
all the
jednak będzie można
difficulties that
pokonać,
Fritz Lang observed,
znaleźć
they
jakieś
were
rozwiązanie.
caused by
Z kolei w
the
przypadku elity to był
historical
absolutnie
development, and they seemed
propagowanie
possible to
bolszewizmu.
resolve. And Elita, it's about by
Mamy dwa światy. Jeden świat podziemny,
Protazonov, it was about
mieszka w podziemiu,
promoting
świat posiadających
communism.
władzę, posiadających pieniądze,
So it was about people who
materiały,
lived
które służyły do produkcji,
in
warty i
cellars
tak.
and lived underground and enjoyed themselves and to the
Z
full.
kolei w elicie
Elita,
fabuła polega na tym, że
the-
z Ziemi na Marsa przybywa
well, its plot was
Bolszewik,
about
który
a
jednym
Bolshevik
Marsjanom uciemiężonym, czyli
arriving to
wytłumaczył,
Mars
co
from
należy
the
robić,
Earth
powinien być taki
and
zryw w
liberating,
17
well,
roku.
preparing
Ci
the
uciemiężeni
Martians
Marsjanie powinni
who were suffering in
pałac
chains
królowej elity, przejąć
and
władzę,
explaining
nastąpić
that the Martians should take
Cały czas tutaj
over the
architektura,
power,
architektoniczne
should
są, ale one
seize
idą
the
jeszcze
castle
dalej.
of
Oczywiście
the
pojawia
Queen
się atleta,
Elita
który
and
zrzuca,
rule,
zrywa kajdany,
let the
które
people
trzymały
rule.
ten biedny lud.
So it was about the
I zajmuje się
about
na
breaking
początek
the
nie ludem
chains
marsjańskim, żeby mu pomóc, tylko architekturą. Wielkim młotem
on
rozbija
these poor
detale
Martians. So
architektoniczne,
there was this big
symbolicznie
hammer
niszczy
that
dawną
was
architekturę.
hammered
I tu
on
chodziło
the
o to,
symbols
że
of the
architektura
Martians
bez detali jest piękniejsza,
architecture.
mniej
So
więcej
it
i tak
wasn't
dalej.
about the
No, pokazuje
architecture
się,
of
że z punktu
details
widzenia
being
przesłania
more
filmu
important, but
detal
from the
był
point of
zbędny
view of the
dodatkiem,
message of the
zbędny,
film,
ponieważ wymagał
these
nakładów
architectural
pracy,
details were
wymagał nakładów
unnecessary
pieniędzy, a
additions
które
because
można było
it
przekształcić
devoured
na lud
extra
pracujący,
costs,
który miał
extra labor,
co jeść.
and it could
Jeżeli wrócimy
be
znów do architektury,
otherwise,
scenografii, to
that
wyraźnie
could be
widać, jak,
otherwise used by
scenografia,
the
jak
starving,
są kształtowane
deprived
w oparciu o
people
to, co
or
otaczało filmu,
societies.
to, co artyści ponowali.
And these
kolei
were films that
Metropolis dominował
decorations as proposed
styl
by
Art
artists.
Deco.
So
Ale Metropolis miało
Metropolis was
jeszcze inny wymiar,
dominated by Art
mniej
Deco
rewolucyjny
style,
niż
but
Elita,
Metropolis
bardziej
was of less
społeczny. Fritz
revolutionary
Lang bez trudu
dimension than
znalazł
Elita.
w swoim rodzinnym
Fritz
mieście
Lang
750
didn't have any difficulty in finding 750 poor children in his hometown. These children
Dążono do tego,
agreed
żeby
to take
pokazać,
part
że
in
jednak
this
te
film
wszystkie zrywy
in
doprowadzą do
very
zbudowania
bad
szczęśliwego ładu
conditions
i
in
uda
cold
się
and in
pokonać te
water.
mityczne
So
wieże
the concept was that the
W obu
mythical
filmach
Babel Tower
wniosek jest jakby z punktu
could
widzenia
be
architektonicznego jeden. Rewolucja
could be
społeczna była
received. So it was
spowodowana
about social
rewolucją
revolution, being
architektoniczną.
closely linked
Kolejne dwa
to the
filmy, rzeczy,
architectural
które nadejdą
revolution.
i
Two
Zaginiony
other
Horyzont
films,
mówią o czasie,
Things to
który
Come
nastąpi
and Lost
jako
Horizon,
kataklizm.
then tell us about
I
the
w przypadku rzeczy, które
impeding
nadejdą po Wielkiej
disaster.
Wojnie,
So
następuje
things to
odbudowa.
come, it's
I
about
odbudowa następuje w
rebuilding
sposób absolutnie
after
modernistyczny.
a
Próbowano
great
nawet
war.
zapłonić
It
Le
was
Corbusiera,
about
żeby
modernistic
stworzyć scenografię do filmu, podzielić swoimi pomysłami, co
restoration.
należy pokazać,
So
żeby
an attempt
zbudować
was
nowy,
made
lepszy
to reach
świat.
out to
Niestety
Le
nikt
Corbusier
nie odmówił.
about
I
hints
próbowano
or
korzystać z
guidelines of
jego
what should be done to
doświadczeń, z jego
build
wzorców.
a new, better world. Unfortunately,
Budowano
he
wielkie
refused.
fabryki,
So,
scenografie z tymi fabrykami, w których
film sets were
budowano
built
niemalże prefabrykaty,
in
jak takie domy jak domino, wielkie płyty,
manufacturing
w których
plants
z kolei
with
wielkie maszyny
big
budowały pod wielkie
machines
płyty,
and
budowały
big
kompletnie anonimowe
walls,
miasta,
and these machines
skali,
were
prawie
building
tak jak pan Władysław,
completely
zbiera
anonymous
dla Paryża.
cities at a large
Jedyną
scale
rzeczą tak naprawdę
that
nowatorską
resembled
w tym wszystkim
Le
była szklana
Corbusier's
winda, którą widzimy z
efforts
lewej
for
strony,
Paris. The only
którą
exception was
wymyślono dla
this
podczas
glass
filmu 20 lat
elevator
wcześniej, przed w ogóle
that
znalezieniem
had been
szklanej
invented
windy.
for the film
Więc
few
tutaj
years
wyprzedzono
earlier, even
pomysły
before a
architektów.
regular glass
Jeszcze
elevator.
kolejny wizjonerski
Was
element, który
invented in
niestety
general.
chyba się
Another
nie sprawdził,
visionary
nigdy tego nie
element
chciał.
that
Okazuje się, że
unfortunately
w filmie
didn't work. No
zastosowano
one we
w
wanted it.
mieszkaniach,
So it turned out
w biurach,
then
urzędach,
in this
pełne
film,
ściany. Poza
full
otworami
walls
cyfrowymi nie było
were
żadnych okien.
used without any
Wielkie
windows in
telewizory pełniły
apartments
funkcje
and in
okien i
offices.
pokazywały
Large TV sets, large monitors
pokazywały to, co można by zobaczyć za oknem.
replaced
Natomiast
windows
były to
and
tymczasowe,
showed what one could
pozbawione
see outside.
troszkę nieludzkie.
So these spaces
Kolejny
were
film
unhuman
Zagieniony
and
Horyzont
fully
odwoływał
deprived
się
of
do,
windows. Then the other film,
powieści
Lost
która
Horizon,
pokazywała taki tajemniczy,
referred
budowany
to
sposób
a
bardzo
novel
romantyczny
that was presented
ze świątyni
by Frank Capra, was
Tutaj
presenting
w górnej części widać
that
rzeczywisty klasztor
lost
koło miejscowości Shangri-La,
world,
ale
lost
Frank
universe.
Capra jednak nie
And
poszedł śladem
Frank Capra, however,
autora książki,
did not follow
tylko
in
odwołał
the
się
two
do
footsteps
współczesnej
of the
architektury, do
author
architektury
of the
modernistycznej,
book,
a
and he
wręcz
referred
sięgał do
to
pomysłów Franka
ideas
Lloyda Wrighta
by
i
Frank
zbudował
Lloyd
obiekt, makietę
Wright,
obiektu,
and
która
he
była tłem
built
całego
a
filmu.
film set
Co prawda
that
współcześni
served as
zarzucali
the
z jednej
background
strony,
of
że
the
jest
whole
odejście
film.
od wizji poezji czy wizji książki.
Some accused him
Porównywano
of
ten
moving
obiekt do
away
rezydencji
from the vision
autorek
presented in the book,
Hollywood,
and
czy
the
bibliotek
set was
uniwersyteckich
compared
tamtych
to
czasów,
Hollywood
film miał
residences
przesłanie
or the American
związane z próbą
Library,
pojednania
but still
różnych
this
nacji,
film
różnych narodów,
was
znalezienia
about
wspólnego języka,
reuniting
powołanie
and
do
bringing
hotelu
together
Imperial
various
Franka
different
Lloyda Wrighta. I
nations
to,
and
co
about
było
finding
takim
this common
dynamicznym zrywem
language.
w tych wszystkich filmach,
And what
okazuje
was
się,
this
że powolutku, ewolucyjnie
dynamic
można było
search
dojść do
in all
pewnego
these films?
porozumienia
It
i
turned out
próby
that at some point
zbudowania
an
bardziej
agreement
szczęśliwego
was
świata, to, co
possible
było, co się
with
nie
this
udało
attempt
modernistom
to build
w tych wielkich
a
osiedlach,
happier
których
world,
pokazałem.
a world
Z
that
różnej
be a happier
perspektywy patrzyli
place.
filmowcy na świat,
For
różne
filmmakers looked
wizje
at the world
tworzyli.
from different
I odwołałbym się
perspectives.
jeszcze
They were
tutaj do
creating
Marcela
different
Duchamp, który w
visions.
ostatnich
And here
3
let me
latach
refer to
swojego
Marcel
życia stworzył
Duchamp. In
ostatnie
the
mniej
last
znane
years of his life,
dzieło, które uważam, że ma
created
wielką
a
wartość z
less
różnych powodów.
known
Jest to
piece of
prosta
work.
forma,
It is a very simple form
furtki, wejście w
with
zasadzie
two gates, two entrances,
wymurowanej ścianie
basically,
w muzeum.
in a
W zasadzie niczym się nie
brick
wyróżnia.
wall.
Wyróżnia tym,
There is
że w górnej
nothing
części
extraordinary
zamiast
here,
gwoździ
but
ma
in this
biurka,
upper
które można
part,
zajrzeć.
there are
Wygląda
holes
to mniej więcej
instead of nails,
Jeżeli
and
zajrzymy
one
do
can
wnętrza,
look.
możemy zobaczyć
If
przestrzeń,
we look
która jest
inside, we
dyskusją
can see a
Duchampa
space
z dawną
which is
spółką, z dawnym
the
malarstwem,
discussion
z
that
dawnym spojrzeniem na
Duchamp has
perspektywę,
with
ze
the
spojrzeniem
old
na perspektywę
painting, with the
filmową.
old concept of
Za chwilkę to
perspective,
pokażę.
including a film
Duchamp
perspective.
za tymi drzwiami
So I'll show that in
włożył
a
pewną
moment.
postać,
So
z jednej strony
Duchamp
malując, z
placed
jednej
a
strony robiąc
figure,
taki
a
kolaż
person
z
behind
różnych
the
materiałów,
door
gdzieś chciał
by
stworzyć
creating
świat
a
nierealny,
collage
jakby
of different
dynamizm tego
materials
układu, który
and
teraz
the
zobaczymy,
dynamic
zbudować
nature of that
kompletnie inny
system
świat i
is
odwołać się
about
do
building a
najprostszych
completely new world and referring to the
ta
most
dziurka, to oko,
basic
przez które
thing.
możemy zajrzeć, nie
And
wiem,
the
czy
hole
chcielibyśmy
that
żyć w świecie stojącym do góry
opening,
nogami, natomiast powrót
showing
na
us a glimpse of another world
Dziękuję bardzo.
is our attempt to look there and go back. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękujemy panie profesorze. Wypada mi spytać, czy w tak
Thank you very much, Professor, and I think I should
sali nie chciałyby się
perhaps ask about some contributions to
mikrofon jest do
this
państwa
paper, to
dyspozycji.
your presentation, ladies and gentlemen.
Zachęcam.
You have, well, the mic is at your
A
disposal.
jeśli nie widzę, to
If there are
proszę
no
podzielę się
comments, no
taką,
contributions,
własną
let
refleksją.
me reflect.
Dziękuję bardzo panie profesorze.
Professor,
za to
thank you
poszerzenie,
so much
naszego spojrzenia. Wydaje mi się o cenny obszar
broadening our
roli
view
sztuk wizualnych
and
poza
taking
architektoniczną,
us to this area of the importance of different milieus of artistic expression.
eksperymentów, które
So this is the field for
w
experiment.
bezpieczniejszym środowisku rozpoczynane mogą przenikać.
So once these experiments initiated in a safer environment, they can penetrate
Dla mnie osobiście zupełnie
the
poruszające
architecture, and I personally find it very touching
Fritza Langa, a właściwie jego
that
ekipy,
the works
realizatorów
of
studia
Fritz Lang and his basically his
spowodowały,
team
że dzięki
in
zastosowaniu
Babelberg,
efektu Schuffmana,
well, they caused that
wizualizacji
through
scenerii
Schuffman's
filmowej,
effect, virtualization
właściwie
of
spowodowali,
film
że przestrzeń
scenery,
miasta
they
stała się okrągła.
basically
Jeśli to porównamy z tym, co
changed
pisze
the
Mitchell,
space of
to
the
właściwie,
city. So
jest ta sama
it is
historia.
basically
Jedna i druga może w
about
stopniu przenikać do naszego życia, do
penetrating into our lives.
Bill Mitchell uczestniczył również w
He also took part
działań scenograficznych, a właściwie
in this set design, and he was a co-creator of this vision
raport mniejszości.
in the
Kilka lat później magazyn
Minority
napisał o tym,
Report
jak wiele koncepcji
film,
przestrzennych
and then later on we
weszło
could
do naszego otoczenia.
only identify so many concepts, spatial concepts from that film that entered our architectural and public
do
space.
naszego otoczenia w sensie rzeczywistym. Nie wiem, czy jakieś myśli w międzyczasie Państwa.
Are there any observations, contributions, or comments from the floor that perhaps that could be confronted perhaps with the views of the author of the paper, Professor? Thank you.
W dalszym ciągu oczywiście w naszym głównym temacie dotyczącym awangardy.
So, speaking about avant-garde, the next presentation is about the city of the avant-garde, the tall building, by Professor Raffaella Neri, Milano. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank you, first of all, for your always appreciated invitation to this conference. And just few general words before going to the topic of my speech. It is my belief that the avant-garde architectural movement have always represented a dilemma. Not all the avant-garde schools that we cite in painting, sculpture, or movies or other arts have seen a counterpart in architecture, or they have had one which evolved in a different way. As usual, I think that the reasons are to be found in the specific nature of architecture, in its being a representative art, certainly, but also a practical, utilitarian act, in view of its materiality, construction methods, and techniques, all facts which for a long time excluded architecture from the liberal arts. But above all, for architecture, showcasing any avant-garde expression is limited by its being a realistic art, a positive and affirmative art. Its primary purpose is building places through compositions of volumes and buildings. Architecture cannot build by denial or protest, by denunciation. It cannot be a personal, individualistic, or a subjective expression, as is occasionally claimed by the avant-garde movements. Almost always in architecture, avant-garde movements have focused their attention on expressive and language issues, and in some cases in search of a constructive eloquence to announce the exceptionality of a building through a new formal emphasis. And although expressiveness is a quality absolutely necessary for any work of architecture, it must be understood as the interpretation of a collective value that can be the bearer of general and repeatable principles on which to base the construction of a city. Conversely, we could say that quality architecture is always a forerunner of cultural demands, social, economic, and technical changes. Architecture envisions the city and the construction of the society of the future, of the world to come. It projects them, anticipates them, informs adherent to the reality that will be. So, generalizing a little, it could be said that all good architecture is avant-garde art for its ability to read the changes and direct the physical transformations of reality of our cities and the world we inhabit. In a book entitled Bilancio dell'espressionismo, Evaluation of Expressionism, of the 1965, Giulio Carlo Argan, a well-known Italian critic and historian, argued for the substantial continuity between the values of Expressionism, which claimed the spirituality of art in opposition to a purely utilitarian conception, and those of German rationalism, a form of a realist relapse of a movement born from a rather different assumption. So in trying to follow this line of thought, I myself wonder whether it was possible to recognize this continuity from expressionism to rationalism, the contribution of the avant-garde movements of the 20th century to architecture, how these demands had been addressed to the city and realized. And one of the most recurrent themes common to different avant-garde movements concerns reflection around the tall buildings and its role in the construction of the modern city. Certainly born in Europe with avant-garde accents as a novelty and a rupture within the consolidated city, made thinkable by the technical innovation and necessary by urban growth, it saw later repercussions and experiments in distant contexts and movements. Miss van der Rohe's iron and glass Friedrichstrasse skyscraper of 1921 has been placed in the sphere of expressionism due to the provocative aspect of its large volume in relation to the fabric of the medieval city and to the use of new materials, iron and glass, represented in contrast with the extant, in the exaltation of their intrinsic and expressive qualities, transparency, reflections, and heights. In the same year, the architects of constructivism were working on similar themes. The places of the city were identified in their designs by tall buildings which defied the laws of gravity, boasting new materials and new construction techniques. Tatlin, Ginsburg, Lissinsky, and Leonidov entrusted the construction of the revolutionary future Soviet city to the ability to imagine extraordinary buildings. And other avant-garde movements grapple with heights, imagining new forms from Erich Mendelssohn, with the famous Einstein Tower in Potsdam, to the Italian Antonio Sant'Elia with his futurist works of architecture proposed for the Città Nuova, the new city. So, is it possible to transform an avant-garde idea, originally resolved in an expressionist, constructivist, or futurist key, into principle underlying the construction of the modern city, the construction of places, and in which way, or in more general terms, does an avant-garde city exist? In his migration from Europe to America, Mies van der Rohe pursued this thought. The tall building in iron and glass was a theme he addressed for the first time in 1921 in the ways we have mentioned, almost as a provocation, disruptive both in its architectural form and in its urban relationships. But I think it was to be America, where the skyscraper was no novelty, but a consolidated type, where cities were built with different rules, where iron and glass had long been building materials, which provided me with opportunities and possibilities to transform this initial expressive insight into works of architecture, into pieces of city that he tested and realized in different contexts, applying himself, above all, to a question which was, I believe, disruptive and avant-garde. The result of European culture induced a new and unexpected vision in the American city. For me, the tall building was not an object to be studied in relation to its possibility of competing with others in being the tallest, as happened in the American downtowns, nor to demonstrate competence or technical audacity, nor only to find new languages. The tall building, like any other piece of architecture, was a means to build places in the city, through the relationship it established with other works of architecture, to define spaces which possess value and form, to build the sense of civitas that has always inspired every civil community in European culture, every grouping of people who have endowed themselves with laws and places for coexistence. But let us see how this idea of a tall building developed. As you know, Mies first tackled this theme in the 50s in New York with the construction of the Seagram building. This is a self-standing building which has to accept the logic of the city block, a unit of measurement in the US of the urban terrain, but without any plan in America. The result was skyscrapers designed as independent objects, structurally of iron and glass, but generally clad in brick to resist the frequent threat of fires, and as a result, resembling masonry construction. So Mies basically introduced two innovations. The first, more obvious one, concerned the formal elements, those which define the actual building. The construction choice became both a technical and an expressive tool. It revealed itself directly in the form of the architectural elements. This construction system presented itself as an ordered set of pillars and lintels, and of smaller uprights which brought rhythm to and divided the large panes of glass, which Mies used in a coherent way with its own nature, but in a less expressionist way than the Berlin skyscraper. Second, in this context, the real novelty consisted in the intent to define a public square, an open collective space, a city space that was customary in the European tradition, but practically non-existent in the American city, and above all, never previously realized by means of tall buildings. To obtain this space, Mies simply set the tower back from its alignment with the other buildings along Park Avenue. So in this way, a void defined through a slight elevation of the ground level was generated, not really a plinth, but a distinction with respect to the road surface. The axis being emphasized through the positioning of two large symmetrical fountains, a few wide steps, and a canopy sheltering building's entrance. The theme of an urban plaza seems to be the way Mies interpreted the assignment for the construction of the Federal Center in Chicago in 1959 as a seat for the offices of the state of Illinois, which included the Treasury, the funds, justice departments, the court, and the city central post office. The desire to define a place of relationship and meeting common to several public buildings is evidenced by the studies which Ms. conducted before arriving at the definitive solutions. The project area is located inside the Loop, the heart of downtown. The streets which identify the block are all similar to one another without any hierarchy. The area that Ms. had available lay between two city blocks, one intact, the other available only for the part overlooking Dearborn Street. Surrounding this, all the other blocks were built up. This initial program seems to have envisaged the construction of two towers. Ms. Office developed multiple variants, sketches, and models concerning a different composition of parts. Ms. considered that the activities housed in the government offices of the state of Illinois required the construction of a representative place. However, the problem of building a square by means of tall buildings was far from a usual theme and not easy to solve. To work in this direction, Ms. separated the post office building from the towers. In this way, the elements involved became three: two towers and a low self-standing building allocated to the post office. This operation allowed the composition of the square by working on an indispensable double scale. The tall building identified the site on an urban scale and protects the free space between the surrounding skyscrapers. The one-story hall introduced a second, smaller measurement comparable with the height of pedestrians, a less looming height, easily gauged by the eye, closer to the human scale. Because beyond a certain height, the size of the tower would have had difficulty bringing proportion to an empty space below. Seen from close to, within a delimited space, its conclusion would be impossible to perceive. For this reason, the towers of the Federal Center, like the nearby skyscrapers, are divided into two parts: a lower one, which borrows the height of the post office and is porticoed, and an upper one consisting of the bulk of the building. In this way, the site of the actual square is measured by the relationship between the post office and the porticoed lobbies of the towers. Above, the volume continues its race toward the sky. Many drawings and models testified the development stages of the projects. We do not precisely know the order of these studies, but we can place among the first solutions a very daring hypothesis. All the activities of the government offices and the court were to be collected in a single skyscraper, 56-story high, aligned along Dearborn Street, similar to that of the just completed SIGRAM. In this case, the post office occupies a large part of the block beyond the street, aligned at its outer limit. Perhaps the free space that resulted from this composition would have seemed to Ms. too scarcely defined here in the disorder of the skyscrapers that crowded around it. Or perhaps the distinction between the two institutions housed in the tower was not sufficiently clear. Two other hypotheses proposed that two towers arranged parallel to each other and to Dearborn Street. In the first one, a tower is aligned with the street, the other set back to leave a free space between them. The post office would have formed a sort of plinth placed beneath the tower, but independent of its perimeter. In this way, the two skyscrapers seem to build an urban gate straddling the street, but the free space between them was impoverished, and the post office, relegated behind the tower, was excluded from the composition and deprived of its role of a scaling element. In this variant, the post office is again between the towers, but there is no more free space. A third model is the result of the composition of three towers of equal height, spaced apart in order to free up a central space where the post office was supposed to sit. In this case, the free space of the square seems to have become exceedingly small, for the most part occupied by the post office. The final solution was subject to a progressive refinement, of which we know at least two variants. The principle was defined. The tall buildings were arranged in an L shape, the first one aligned with Dearborn Street, the second parallel to Jackson Boulevard, at the limit of the available block. The post office closed off the other open corner. In front of the tower, another block, in another block is the market building of Ola Roach, an expression of the first school of Chicago school, which in this way partially participated in defining the site. This solution had the advantage of leaving a large area free between the buildings and seemed to want to emphasize the importance of the two streets by establishing a hierarchy with respect to the others. In the subsequent refinement of the project, which corresponds to the solution actually built, the two towers differ in height. The one along Dearborn Street, which houses the offices and 15 rooms of the court, is longer and lower, 30 stories. The one along Jackson Boulevard changed proportions and increased its height, 42 stories. This makes its presence even more manifest along the street and builds a perspective to the very long and central Dearborn Street, which crosses Chicago from north to south, parallel to the lake. In this way, it became a new urban landmark, a tower higher than the surrounding skyscrapers. Mist did not shy away from bringing distinction to the place through the architecture, both by defining the open space between them and by building a hierarchy in stark contrast to the uniformity of the grid. The post office building, a glazed hall with a square ground plan, maintained its position to obtain smaller spaces, hierarchically secondary, apparently leftovers, in reality placed in strategic positions to enrich the composition of other places and other spaces. As in the case of the IIT, in the residential unit of Lakeshore Drive, in the subsequent complexes of the Dominion Center in Toronto, or in the Westmount Center in Montreal. The free and independent buildings which create them allow these shifts and generate the places which develop the composition, always strictly controlled by meaning, reciprocal position, and scale. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you very much. And let me open now the mic to you. If you have any questions, any comments, as we have planned,
No, może ja parę słów.
I would like to invite
Słyszeliśmy
you to
teraz
raise your
nieco inne
hands.
podejście do kwestii zagadnienia architektury i na
Well, so
początku
let me
prezentacji
comment as first. Well,
pani
in
profesor zwróciła uwagę na
her
to, że
presentation, Professor Neri
kiedy
pointed out
pojawili
to
się
the fact that
prekursorzy modernizmu
when the
wzięli pod
forerunners
uwagę
of
i też
modernism
powtarzali w
started
pewnym sensie
working,
kierunki
in a
wytyczone
sense,
przez
they
konstruktywizm,
followed
przez
the
rosyjski
major
konstruktywizm
directions
oczywiście.
set out by the
I przez
Russian
to w związku z tym zwrócono
constructivism.
uwagę na
And
cechy
as a
pragmatyczne,
result,
użytkowe
they
budynków, nie tylko
emphasized the
na
utilitarian
kwestie
aspect
formalne,
of
tak
the
jak to
buildings
było
rather
poprzednio.
than only formal
To oczywiście
aspect of
doprowadziło do
So,
gwałtownej zmiany
as
paradygmatu
a
architektury,
result,
do
the paradigm
stosowania
of
nowych materiałów, które z kolei
architecture
oczywiście
changed
wymusiły nowe
radically, which was
rozwiązania
manifested
formalne.
by the search for new
Można
materials
dostrzec
that
pewną
allowed for
pewną
new formal
fluktuację, jeżeli
solutions.
chodzi
So
o
we can see
idee
a certain
architektoniczne, tak jak to było
fluctuation in
przecież
terms
zawsze w
of
historii.
architectural
Style się
ideas
powtarzały.
because
W tym przypadku
throughout the history we've been
konstruktywizm i
observing
ta
repeating
pragmatyczna strona
styles,
architektury,
or at least some aspects
techniczna,
of them.
konstrukcyjna,
So the
pojawiła się
technical
oczywiście w latach
structural
70.,
aspect of architecture appeared in the 1970s as
to był
represented mostly
rodzaj
by Rogers,
przeniksowania pewnego
and
architektury,
it was
struktury
a way
budynku,
of
kiedy ukryta konstrukcja nagle
redefining
pojawiła się na
architecture
zewnątrz.
when the
To
hidden
było dość
structure
rewolucyjne
appeared on the
podejście,
outside. That
które
was the
skutkowało
revolutionary
oczywiście tym, że
approach that
ten styl się rozpowszechnił.
resulted
No i
in wide
już te wnętrza budynku nie
spread
były
of these
elementem
ideas,
pewnego
and
wstydu.
the interiors of the building no longer were
Ale znowu
the
widzimy po jakimś czasie, że
things to
tendencja
be
się
hidden
znowu
from view.
odwróciła
But
i znowu chcemy
over
te części
after some time,
wstydliwe
we
schować
still
do środka.
want to
Znowu wracamy
hide
do
these shameful
kwestii dominacji formy nad
aspects, and
konstrukcją.
we return to the
Dzisiaj trudno powiedzieć, który kierunek
dominance
bierze
of
górę. Wydaje
form
się, że tak
over
jak już to wcześniej
structure.
zresztą
And
wspomniałem,
today it's hard to say which of these
mamy
trends is more
przeróżne idee,
prominent,
które są
because as we have
uprawomocnione
said,
i które
there are
będą zapewne
multiple
dalej rozwijać i
currents that
pojawiać.
are fully valid and that will continue
Więc
to
może w tej
develop
chwili
and
jakąś
grow.
dyskusję uda się
So
zainicjować.
maybe
Jeżeli
we
ktoś z
could
Państwa
open a
chciałby
discussion
ustosunkować.
if any of you would
Profesor
like to
Gzel,
speak.
tak, proszę
Oh,
bardzo.
Professor Gzel, yes. Over to you, Professor.
Przepraszam, że jeszcze raz Państwa dzisiaj
Sorry to be disturbing you once again and before our lunch,
nudzę, ale
but
uważam, że
I believe
żeśmy tutaj
that
wysłuchali
since
dzisiaj ten referat,
we've had a chance to
punktu widzenia,
listen to this
mnie jako
paper
osoby, która ma do
from the
czynienia
perspective of
z w jakimś tam sensie
myself, so I
dużej
still
skali w Warszawie,
deal
ten
with
referat jest
designing
niezwykle
to a
interesujący
large
i niezwykle ważny.
scale
Dlatego, że tutaj
in Warsaw.
afera
This
przedstawiła
paper
nam
was highly
rzecz,
important to me because
która
it
wydaje się prawie niemożliwa do
discussed something that
zrealizowania,
seems to be
mianowicie
impossible to be
komponowanie
achieved, that is
przestrzeni przy pomocy
composing
wysokich budynków.
space with
Ta
the use of
operacja,
high
która
buildings.
tutaj dla tych
The
dla
operation
Chicago była
that
pokazana, wyższy budynek, niższy,
was
1, 2,
made
3,
in the case
jakieś
of
inne jeszcze
Chicago.
łączenie tych
So
dróg
the
ma
combinations, the
znaczenie
arrangement of the
ogromne,
buildings, the
zwłaszcza
maneuvers regarding the height
osób,
is
które
of extreme
coś mają
importance,
wspólnego z
especially for people
Jeżeli
who
Państwo
have
tego nie
something to do
widzieli,
with Warsaw.
chcę przypomnieć,
So if you
że
haven't
w
seen it
Warszawie
yourselves, let me
powstało w
just
ciągu
tell you
ostatnich
that
kilku lat
over the
ponad 30
recent
budynków
years, of
pomiędzy
the last
100
few
a 300
years,
metrów
we
wysokości.
had more than
Pomiędzy 100 a 300
30
metrów
new
wysokości.
towers that
Jest
is more than
ogromna
300 meters. So
Te budynki
these
powstają
buildings
tam,
were
gdzie właściciel ma
erected
swoją
and are
działkę.
being erected wherever
Kupuje
the owners
praktycznie
have
rzecz
their
biorąc,
plots
co mu, że tak powiem, w duszy zagra.
and can do whatever
Nie
he
ma
or she
właściwie
wishes.
żadnego
So
nawiązywania
basically
do
there is
obiektów
no
właśnie
reference
wysokich w taki sposób,
to
jak tutaj
other
mieliśmy to
tall
zaprezentowane, do
buildings.
obiektów,
There's no
które
reference
stoją,
between the tall buildings
tuż obok, na
that are being
działkach
erected
sąsiednich.
on the adjacent plots in direct vicinity of
Tworzy się
this
dzięki temu,
new
znaczy nie wiem czy dzięki, czy
building.
przez
So, as
budowę
a
tych wysokich
result,
budynków zupełnie nowy
we can
sposób
observe
kreowania centrum
a
miasto.
new way
Nie
of
jest to
functioning of the
rzecz budowana
downtown.
czy projektowana
So,
obszarowo w jakimś
the
wybranym
downtown is not being
miejscu,
designed
tylko
in a
te
specific
budynki powstają
place
przy
in a
stacjach metra,
thought out manner.
czyli w
These
miejscach, które
buildings
są
are
łatwo
rather
osiągalne
being
bez samochodu,
erected near
łatwo
subway
osiągalne zarówno
stations
dla
where they
pracowników, jak i
can
dla
be easily reached
jak i
by
dla
the
interesantów.
workers or by other
Jest w tym
stakeholders who need
jakaś
to
myśl.
visit them.
Miasto tworzy
Well,
się samo.
The city
Można
is
powiedzieć.
in a
Jest to
way
taki
constructing itself.
urbanistyczny
It is
ekologizm.
an
Miasto
urban
tworzy się samo
ecologism.
dzięki
The
deweloperom.
city
Ale
develops
teraz
itself
pytanie,
thanks to
czy
developers or through
powinniśmy
developers.
zgadzać się
But the question
zawsze
is,
na
should
to,
we
co
always
ci
consent
wspomniani w
to
cudzysłowie źli
what
deweloperzy
these, again,
proponują?
in inverted commas,
Kiedyś
evil
w
developers
Ameryce
are
w
proposing.
jakiejś księgarni znalazłem
I
książkę
found a book in an
Miasto
American
amerykańskie
bookstore.
od wojny,
The American
American City from the Civil War
From
to
the
the
Civil
New Deal.
War to the New
Książka
Deal.
napisana przez
The book
4
was
prominentnych
written
teoretyków
by 4
architektury i urbanistyki z
outstanding
Uniwersytetu w Wenecji.
theoreticians of
Między innymi Manfredo Tafuri w
architecture,
tej książce
including Manfredo
napisał
Tafuri,
o
who wrote
artykuł
a
o
paper
wieżowcach amerykańskich.
on American
Napisał tak, jak
skyscrapers.
uważał, że należy napisać,
And
to
he
znaczy
wrote
tak,
it
jak
the way
teraz
he
jest
thought
prezentowany
he
w
should
Wikipedii. Najpierw
write
pisze się,
it.
że Manfredo
So,
Tafuri kreska
Manfredo
marksista, a potem
Tafuri
dopiero,
was
że
considered a
urbanista,
Marxist
czy
and
architekt, czy
only
teoretyk i tak
afterwards
dalej.
a theoretician or an
opisał te
architect. So
budynki.
this is how he
Wydawało się
described
kiedyś, że to
these
jest
buildings.
być może przesadne
And
spojrzenie, takie
it may have
marksistowskie na
seemed excessive
problem
Marxist approach to
lokalizacji
the
i
problem of
budowy tych,
location and
wysokich
construction of
obiektów. Ale
towers.
dzisiaj,
But
kiedy
today,
przyglądam się Warszawie,
when
która
I look at
budowana jest właśnie
Warsaw,
w taki sposób,
which is being
że
constructed in
nie
this
mamy
very
nad nią
specific way, so
de
we
facto
have
kontroli. No jest
lost
jakiś
control
plan,
over
jest
development.
jakieś studium uwarunkowań
So
i
there
kierunków
is a
zagospodarowania.
zoning
Jest
plan that's quite general,
urząd, który tym się
and
zajmuje.
there is
Jest
an
cała masa
authority
ludzi,
that
którzy
is
podobno
tasked
robią
with
jakieś
approvals,
studia
and
związane
many
z tymi wysokimi
people
budynkami.
are
W
allegedly
rezultacie mamy coś
preparing
zupełnie innego.
studies on these large
Mamy
buildings,
coś,
but
co
the result
jakby
is quite
na naszych
different.
oczach powstaje samo.
We
I w
have
związku z tym
been
raz
observing
jeszcze
something
wracam
that
do
is
tego
in a way creating
referatu,
itself.
który namawia
So,
nas do myślenia
I believe
o
that the
kompozycji
paper
na
that we
niewielkich
have just
przynajmniej
listened
obszarach,
to inspires us
kompozycji
to think
składającej się
about
z tych
composition,
wielkich brył,
about composition
wielometrowych,
using these
wielometrowych budynków.
huge
One
towers,
są w
these huge masses, these huge
w panoramie
volumes.
miasta widoczne.
They
One
are
są widoczne ze
visible
wszystkich
in the city
kierunków,
panorama.
na
They are
te
visible
skrzyżowania,
from
prawda,
all
ze wszystkich
directions
stron.
at the road
Rzecz,
crossings from all
to nie
over
jest
the place.
dzielnica domków
So
jednorodzinnych,
it's
którą,
not
że
a
tak powiem,
single
będzie
family
można być
home
może
residential
zlikwidować za jakiś czas
district
albo zarośnie
that
drzewami. To
will
są
be
wielkie,
overgrown with trees
dumnie
over some
stojące
time.
budynki,
These
podpisane
are
czasami
proudly
przez bardzo
erected
znanych
buildings,
architektów,
sometimes
świetnych
designed by
Ale czy to
well-known,
jest
excellent
podejście do
architects.
projektowania
But
miasta?
is it
Myślę,
the
że
right
warto
approach
nad
to
tym się zastanowić.
city
Czy to
design,
jest
to
ta
urban life?
awangardowość,
Is it
która w
the
tytule tego
avant-garde
referatu była?
that
Zresztą
we
trzeba dodać, że w
are
miejscu
discussing
tego
today and that
projektowanego
was
przez Misa
discussed
van
in
der Rohe
this
w
paper?
Berlinie
So let us
budynku
also
został
add
postawiony
that
albo
the
było przymiarka
building
zupełnie
by
inny budynek.
Mies van den
Ale
Rohe
wiecie państwo,
is
skąd
now
on się wziął? Otóż właściciel tego terenu zobaczył szklany
neighboring
budynek w
another
Londynie
building.
i ten
And do you
sam
know
budynek
where it
zakupił
came
projekt
from?
i wybudował,
So
wybudował
the owner, the
po prostu
developer
jakieś
of this
szaleństwo
adjacent
w miejsce
building saw a
Misa van
building
der Rohe
in
mamy,
London and
firmę,
purchased the
która
project and
zaprojektowała
wanted
coś,
to have the
to
very
coś
same
zostało
building
przeniesione z jednej
erected
stolicy
next
do
to
drugiej.
that
Wydaje mi się,
historic
że
building.
to
So,
nie jest właściwy
you know,
sposób
one
na
building
projektowanie
was
takich
just
budynków. I obawiam się, że
transplanted in a way in a
obiekty
different
warszawskie
place.
również
And I believe that
mogą z
these
czasem, ponieważ ich
buildings,
potrzeba
these
coraz
towers
więcej,
in
chętnych na
Warsaw
budowanie takich
that
budynków
are
jest
being
coraz
constructed
więcej.
because
Możemy
the
również
number of
stanąć
people willing
przed
to build
taką,
them is
powiedziałbym,
growing,
quasi czy też
will
nieprawdziwą
cause
awangardą.
a dilemma, so we might be facing this quasi-avant-garde. Yes, many of our mayors imagine an avant-garde city in this way, as a collection of skyscrapers, high towers. So we should warn them against it. In every city, in the past, the mayors wanted to have skyscrapers. Even in small towns, as in Poland, in Nowy Targ, they wanted to have a tower. And that was perceived as an avant-garde approach to urban design. Well, it's a tragedy, and I wouldn't like to end my comment by saying a tragedy. So let's hope for some better solutions in the future. Well, thank you for your contribution and for adding some Polish context on this issue. Okay, I can't see anybody else raising their hands. Oh, I do have another speaker willing to make a contribution. Please wait for the mic.
Thank you. I'm Ivana Podnar from the University of Zagreb, sorry. So I'd like to make a comment connecting the two presentations from Professor Marek Pabic, who inspired me to think about how sometimes perspective is very different, how we perceive architecture, avant-garde architecture. For example, when Zagreb was rebuilt after the Second World War, it used avant-garde architecture that was, in a way, implementation of Mises' idea of framing public space, building tall buildings, but in framing those public spaces in terms of humanization, opening, transparency, sun for everybody, freedom of walking and freedom of sight. That was the main idea, which was designed actually by the urban planners together with the politicians. But what is interesting is that those ideas came from the above, and when Orson Welles visited Zagreb, he used that very architecture as a scenery for his film process, which has quite the opposite idea of those avant-garde spaces. So what I'm thinking right now is maybe avant-garde today is really an issue how to make public space, still public space, in building tall buildings, in building high surfaces, high volume density, and keeping the idea of a human perspective inside. And when we say human perspective, I'd like to accentuate it differs from the viewer, the politics of who is the viewing. For example, if somebody is viewing from the outside or the inside, from the above or from the perspective of local residents, it differs so much. And very often when we are reading about architecture from different sceneries, from different contexts, it is hard to put ourselves in the shoes of the very residents and to see what is actually the usage of the space they are using. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your precious remarks. Jeżeli nie ma więcej głosów, to
thank you
ponawiam
very much for
zaproszenie
this
na dół,
comment.
na
So
coffee
if there are
break.
no other
I tam będzie można
speakers willing to share their
dyskusję.
views,
Spotykamy
I
się
would
tutaj
like to
ponownie o
invite
godzinie
you to a
13:15
coffee break
dla
and we
rozpoczęcia
will meet
następnej
here
drugiej sesji.
again
Dziękuję.
at 1:15 to start another session. Thank you.
Ta druga część pierwszej sesji będzie stosunkowo zwarta, bo mamy 3 referaty i powinny zamknąć się w ciągu godziny, dlatego dyscyplina jest tu konieczna. Zaczynamy bez zbędnej zwłoki. First presentation after break is delivered by Professor Olivia Longo from Brescia. The title, The Influence of the Avant-Garde on the Carlos Concept of Space, Anarchist and Situationist Humanism and a Series of Threshold. Zapraszamy.
Thank you. This is... No, così. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Professor Tomasz Kozłowski for this invitation and to everyone for this very appreciated conference. This contribution talks about the influence of the methods of avant-garde artistic movements in the early 20th century on Giancarlo De Carlo's architectural production. The protagonist of this relationship is the concept of space, a fundamental component of architectural and urban design. In this presentation, De Carlo's work will be read according to these two interpretations. His anarchist and situationist humanism and his articulation of space through series of thresholds. Precursor of the spatial and the plastic experience of the continental avant-garde, the style, Art Deco, etc., was Charles Rennie Mackintosh, who gave an important contribution to the architecture of the 20th century. He had studied at the Glasgow School of Art at the time when painting in the city had surpassed the provincial tradition, producing new forms that aroused considerable interest. In 1896, Mackintosh won the competition for the new Glasgow School of Art by creating a building with a central area full of inventiveness, influenced by Scottish castles and the manor house. The metal works of the facade and much of the interior express a fusion of the linearity of geometric shapes with the long and delicate curves of the liberty. Mackintosh is a good example to highlight the fil rouge that unites art, architecture, and construction, and understand how the methods of avant-garde artistic movements have a direct reference to the spatial conceptions of the 20th century. In the House for an Art Lover, the organization of the house around many axes that compensate each other and its division into two longitudinal main volumes that seem on the verge of slipping away, produced a dense but compact composition. He created a work that went behind the traditional models to exhibit a formal plasticity almost akin to cubism. The representative method of spatial relations developed by the Cubists established the principles of contemporary vision. The Cubists revolved around objects, trying to get hold of their internal structure and considering objects from several points of view, none of which has absolute dominance. The essence of space thus becomes its multilateralism, the multiply of potential relationships that it contains. The description of a surface from a single point of view is incomplete, and its character changes depending on the point of view. By dissection the objects in this way, the Cubists see them simultaneously from all sides, adding a fourth to the three dimensions of the Renaissance, the time. To the affinity with the simultaneity of the Cubist vision, Futurism adds homage to the triumph of industrialization and to the technical discoveries, aviation, electricity, etc., that subsequently influenced the architectural aesthetics of Italian futurism and Russian constructivism. In 1919, Malevich told his students and colleagues at the Wittenberg Art School that the work of artists had preceded that of the revolutionaries. Cubism and Futurism were the harbingers of the political and economic revolution of 1917. His friend and colleague Lisinski replied that their life had thus received new foundations, a tabula rasa, of reinforced concrete useful for all peoples of the earth. His drawing of Lenin Tribune constitutes the second pillar of constructivism, and with the Tatlin Tower seems to represent the observation of a new reality in progress. In 1922, with Lisinski published a manifesto text where he declares that art is international and proclaims the establishment of a solid link between Russia and the West, behind the differences of customs and economics. They announced the rejection of pathos and the search of a constructive art that does not embellish life, but organizes it. This was the theoretical principle of the magazine ABC, born in 1924, where A refers to action, B takes up the subtitle of the newspaper, Beitrag zum Bauen, meaning contributions to building, and C indicates collective, that is, the collective deep of architecture. ABC intended to demonstrate the gratuitousness of the aesthetic discourse and the emptiness of speculations on the autonomy of art. ABC's proposals on reinforced concrete are linked to the interests of some Berlin and Dutch architects on its implementation, which should demonstrate that architecture is not an infinite accumulation of singular events, but an industrial production system open to all local adaptations. Reinforced concrete thus becomes the means to produce the places of collective society. The termination of the publication of ABC constituted an exhortation to take action. The magazine expressed a militant discourse through a rapid montage, which dialectically moved between utopia and reality. In 2019, during the celebration of the centenary of De Carlo's birth, Massimo Cacciari underlined the strong ethical political spirit of De Carlo and his fundamentally anarchist approach. In 1987, during a lecture at the School of Architecture in Hull, Colin Ward emphasized the presence of a minority and dissident approach to architecture against the popular idea of the architect first woman or slave to building speculation. That approach instead sees architecture as a widespread social activity, where the architect is a propitiator or repairer rather than an aesthetic dictator. Among these architects, he cites Giancarlo De Carlo and Hassan Fatih and others. After the Second World War, De Carlo came into contact with the anarchist groups of the magazine Volontà with Berner and Zaccaria, and of the English magazine Freedom with Woodcock, Reed, Richards. In an interview with Franco Bunciuga, De Carlo emphasizes the ability of anarchists to be patient. He affirms that these principles have been his starting point for architecture and urbanism. By giving importance to the means, the anarchists end up suggesting complex and tortuous processes, described by curves, hesitant and itinerant. The inefficiency of anarchists thus becomes an ethical and political quality because it can lead to being effective, allowing them to be more confident, inclusive, aware, and consistent. It gives the possibility of encountering other processes that are not linear, such as those of nature. According to De Carlo, it is possible to have a project without keeping the goals fixed, because they will continuously adapt to their circumstances, to the contour, and the project becomes much more effective and interesting. In comparing the project of De Carlo and Woods for the University of Dublin as different interpretations of math building, Zudas identified the conception of the university as a system of scattered poles connected by generic spaces for use as public as possible, through which De Carlo fragments the systems of academic power, destabilizing the old conception of a centralized university. The university is transformed into a large urban infrastructure in which proper academic use becomes only a transitory moment, creating instead the spatial conditions to define continuous reterritorialization for the practice of different forms of learning, in addition to their traditional ones. From anarchist thought, De Carlo took the theme of freedom, from which some important corollaries derive: social spontaneity, self-management, and voluntary cooperation as the foundation of free social organization, the importance of small social groups. The latter is the basis of De Carlo's choices regarding the organization of space in his architecture. In his works, De Carlo often resorted to the staging of the daily life of the inhabitants of his architecture, acts of his stories of ordinary people who become active protagonists of the architectural expression of his buildings. The contradiction then runs through the theme of freedom in De Carlo's architecture lies, on the one hand, in the tension towards the conquest of an architectural expression devoid of obligations toward the pre-existing buildings, and on the other hand, in the ability to measure itself with the context. His critical approach to typology emerges in his way of considering dwelling as a set of ever-changing ways, shaped over time by community life. From the reality of a consolidated settlement custom, De Carlo triggers a series of progressive mutations, according to a situationist attitude that explores its hidden potential and the implicit subversions. In the Mazzorbo residence, a series of spaces, from the urban scale to that of the single flat, and the typological matrix dissolve in a network of topological relationships, where distance and proximity become tools for the story of living together, in an urban landscape that does not seem designed but born spontaneously. The theme of relations between social groups recurrent in De Carlo's research emerged from the spatial articulation of his architecture. In the marine colony in Riccione, he considers interesting the way in which the relationships between the groups that inhabit it take place, regulating the passage from a large group to smaller ones through a series of discrete thresholds. In this way, guests can easily choose the level of communication they prefer at different times of the day. In the regional building, the articulation of spaces acts at all levels, from the overall organization of the spaces to the details, both indoor and outdoors. De Carlos architecture seems to spring directly from Paul Ricoeur's theories on the concept of narrative architecture, architectural narrativity, spatiality of the story, temporality of the architectural project, etc. Starting from the assumption that all stories take place in one space, Ricoeur states that both the space of a settlement and that of circulation consist of a system of rituals intended for the great interaction of life, and that remembering is equivalent to telling what happened in a certain place. The path and thresholds designed by De Carlo underline the value of the walk and the promenade carried out using the body as a vehicle. Gubler reminds us that if we walk thinking, we will soon be fatigued. But if we abandon ourselves to the free play of the imagination, movement invigorates. Walking in this way allows us to distract our attention fixed on each object. By changing the objects we observe in motion. Picasso was credited with the aphorism, "I reflect with my feet." The inhabitants of De Carlos architecture could therefore be considered receptive bodies of sensory and phenomenological truths shaken by the surrounding geography. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Longo. It seems to me that we have like a few minutes for questions. Nie widzę chętnych do dyskutowania w tym momencie. Być może będzie na to czas jeszcze za chwilę. Bardzo dziękujemy za ten interesujący wykład, który zwraca uwagę na pewien porządek toczenia się rzeczy, rozwoju myśli, charakterystyczny dla powstawania rzeczy awangardowych.
Which is typical, I think, of the development of avant-garde things. So we need some trigger that will free us from limitations that are quite strict in the world of architecture, that are related to our need to remain secure, to avoid risks, to avoid solutions that could be in a way challenging or troublesome, cumbersome for the users. So the story that is important for the history of architecture that has allowed us to overcome certain fears was obviously secession, Art Nouveau, especially in the north, that was daring enough to challenge the theoreticians of architecture to start thinking in a new creative way. And then we have this story of this explosion of thought, of the anarchist thought in modern architecture that has permeated almost all of its aspects. And sometimes when we make a full circle, once we've made a full circle, we may say that this thought triggered by this initial spark went also beyond the limits of implementation. So these buildings that were designed following the anarchist thought sometimes were not feasible, were not practicable. But thank you very much for pointing out to this logic, and it keeps returning around history, and I don't know if anybody else would like to comment on this thought. If not, we will invite our next speaker. The next speaker is the avant-garde of the 1980s and the deconstructivism of today, the logic of inheritance, and will focus on inheritance and deconstruction. Thank you very much.
Julia Iwaszko. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry, szanowni państwo. Najpierw bardzo dziękuję organizatorom.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting me here and for displaying the materials, screening the materials about the war in Ukraine during the break. For Ukraine, it is so important to have this warm support, to have the manifestation of support, even more so that with the exception of this press officer, all the people who were shown in this film, they were killed in the war. They're no longer with us, but they still live. They still live in this film. They live among their parents and their compatriots, and I thank you very much with all my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, let me move on to my presentation now. This presentation was prepared by my co-authors from Poltava Polytechnic, and the other co-author, she lives in Kharkiv. And actually, Kharkiv is indeed the second center of avant-garde, and I deeply regret that Kharkiv has been so much destroyed, and now we have to work on rebuilding and reconstructing the avant-garde monument.
About the revival of the phenomena of the avant-garde. That is the active processing and rethinking of contemporary ideas in the projects of architects of the late 20th, early 21st centuries. Primarily in the project of Western deconstructivist architects, postmodernists, and the latest supporters of digital architecture. The paradox is that the work of Soviet architects of the avant-garde and constructivism is actively studied by practicing architects and scientists around the world, but remains unicid in the post-Soviet space, where these projects are considered only as a fact of history. That's why we consider it expedient not to transform the phenomena of the Soviet avant-garde only into a phenomenon in the history of architecture, but instead to analyze it from the standpoint of modernity and in a continuous connection with the constructivism and digital architecture of the late 20th, early 21st centuries. From the point of view, the Ukrainian heritage also has a unique and important significance. It is worth nothing that the awareness of the creativity of avant-garde architects in the Soviet Union was different from this awareness in modern science of Western Europe and the USA, as it weakly traces the international connections of these phenomena and didn't single out the Ukrainian phenomena as a special phenomenon. In addition, a few researchers emphasize the phenomena of the formation of a special artistic language of the avant-garde, which, as we will show below, was developed by subsequent currents. Ideological motives of the avant-garde. The development of the avant-garde of the 1920s is related to the rationalism of the 20th century and the manifestation of this style in the architecture and art of the Soviet Union chronologically coincided with similar phenomena in Europe, primarily with the activeness of such well-known European associations as De Stijl in Holland, the Frankfurt Group, Bauhaus in Germany, and L'Esprit Nouveau in France. It can be argued that the main task of the avant-garde was to break the continuity with the past and create fundamentally new criteria for aesthetic evaluation and new means of artistic expression. This was manifested in the desire to find new expressive means of the architectural language, which was based not on historical styles and classical methods of composition, but on universal abstract forms. The purity of archaeological morphology was intended to express the absolute global values and laws of the universe. It was assumed that the ideas of revolution and the concept of communist construction are the very universal essences that need to be expressed in an architectural message. Based on this concept, architects resolutely denied stylistic decor, instead paid great attention to the beauty of pure dynamic form, and actively used new compositional means, materials, structural schemes, which we see, for example, in the first house of Dr. in Kiev and the building of Desprom in Kharkiv. How to? Як? Tu? Aha. Tak. To in Kiev, a to in Kharkiv. No nie wiem, w jakim teraz stanie, no mam nadzieję, że nie zburzona na przeciwko.
This building is right now.
Even
I hope
more,
it survives.
vividly then, in the realized space of architecture, this style manifested itself in modern art, which in many cases turns into a synthesis of art and geometry. For example, it is quite difficult to clearly determine what the unrealized projects, so-called proms, of the Soviet artist L. Lisitsky are actually projects of works of art since from the very beginning of the idea they were impossible for practical implementation, since perspective images that express spatial relations replaced by axonometry, which is combined with planar images. L. Lisitsky's drawings were not intended for implementation, especially architectural ones. Even the architectural fantasies of Yakov Chernykhov, which are very similar to the projects, were not intended for construction. They were supposed to express the long-term goal of the new communist system, avant-garde and the modernity. Deconstructivism as a direction of modern architecture was formed at the end of the 1980s in the work of Eisman, Meir, Hadid, Trumi, Kolas, Libeskind, and others, and was founded on the one hand through a discussion with Soviet constructivism in the 1920s, and from the second on the ideas put forward by the French philosopher Jacques Derrida, who argued that architecture enters into conflict, debunks, and denies itself. Jacques Derrida is the author of the term deconstructivism, which gave the name to the whole direction in modern architecture, art, philosophy, and even in literature to define such a way of interpreting a work when a conflict is artificially created between the content of the text and its interpretation. Derrida himself defined constructivism not as a new style, but as a new method of thinking that was reflected in architecture. And this is very important. In the title itself, the prefix "de" emphasizes its deconstruction meaning in relation to constructivism. In contrast to the traditional approach, when already built objects are opposed to new ones, and conflict is created between the content familiar to a person and what is new that he sees. Since architecture is always a kind of text, we see some similar things in deconstructivism, which was formed as an independent movement in the late 1980s. Deconstructivism emphasized in its theoretical basis the potential of architecture as a specific means of reflection and perception, which comes into conflict with the surrounding environment and its own structure. The source of inspiration for deconstructivists is different periods and different representatives of Soviet constructivism and the avant-garde. For example, Rem Koolhaas and Zaha Hadid were inspired by late constructivism, and especially the anti-gravity architecture in Ivan Leonidov. Other authors prefer the legacy of Ladovsky, Malevich, Kandinsky, Vesnin, one Vesnin and another two brothers. For example, Zaha Hadid, in her project of the Maxi Museum in Rome, was inspired by the idea of expressing the movement of the visitor in the surrounding space of the city and then in the museum itself. There's the National Museum of Modern Art in Rome. That's a photo by Alena Remizova, my co-author. Jacques Derrida gave his evaluation to architectural projects, as he did in the case of the competition project of the master plan of La Villette Park in Paris, architect Bernard Tschumi. Bernard Tschumi himself said that this is the first deconstructivist project implemented in the world. In 1988, in the journal Architectural Design, he wrote that the Parc La Villette project had a specific purpose to prove that it was possible to construct a complex architectural organization without recourse to traditional rules of composition, hierarchy, and other. The principle of superimposition of three autonomous systems of points, lines, and surfaces was developed through the rejection of the general synthesis of objective constraints, evident in most large-scale projects. In fact, if historically architecture has always been defined as a harmonic synthesis of value, structure, utility, and formal constraints, Venestes, Firmitas, Utilitas, then the park has become architecture in spite of itself. It is disintegration. In this discussion, Bernard Tschumi introduces a large number of new concepts and ideas that reveal deconstructivism. At first glance, the words disconstructing, disjunction, disassociation, disruption, discontinue, discard, dismount, displacement, distortion seem always synonymous, but upon closer examination we are convinced that behind them a wealth of shades of understanding of decompositional thinking is revealed. And there are not just words, there are ideas about the procedures of compositional work. A feature of the La Villette Park project is a network of light 1- and 2-story pavilions, folies, metallic structures brightly painted in red. That's only photo by my co-author Alena Remizova, 2007, Park La Villette Folia. Which compositions are based on the destruction of the archetypal forms of the cube, cylinder, sphere, etc., which allude to the research works of both Soviet constructivists and Bauhaus masters, Konstantin Malevich, Yakov Chernikov, Walter Gropius, Paul Klee, Johannes Itten, etc. In this way, Tschumi creates a system of things, a special semiotic codes that allow the visitor to navigate in the park. Evaluating this project, the winner of the international competition, Derrida, emphasized that the folies pavilions brought the impression of dynamics and mobility to the overall composition. They destabilize the content, rewrite and update the architecture, and revive the energy. The abstractness of the form ensures its ambiguous reading. In red follies, someone will read the symbol of slaughtered animals. This place used to be a slaughterhouse, and someone will see a simple roller coaster or an exhibition pavilion, and someone will see the frame of space. Thus, Parc La Villette is the text composed with the help of elementary symbolic forms. Dots, follies, lines, alleys, and canals, plains, lawns, and gardens. The appearance of these things is certainly connected with the analytical search for the avant-garde, but it leads us to the creation of a new lexicon, Umberto Eco's term, of deconstructivism. In addition, the very analytical method of thinking of the avant-garde and constructivists was developed by deconstructivists and postmodernists. The ideas of deconstructivism found their continuation and expression in the large buildings of La Villette Park, in particular in the City of Music, architect Christian de Portslam Park, where the triangular volume is covered with a sloping roof and is cut in different directions along the movement of visitors. Also, the La Jot's spherical cinema with a hemispherical screen, which creates the effect of total presence, has a mirror coating that reflects the sky and clouds, thus dematerializing a sphere with a diameter of 36 meters. That's also photo by Alena Remezova in 2007. Deconstructivism demonstrates new technical possibilities that were previously unavailable. Digital technologies have paved the way for the realization of these ideas. World-renowned architect Jean Nouvel continues this trend in the building of the new Philharmonie de Paris next to the City of Music in Parc La Villette. Flexible surfaces, complex in their body geometry, the combination of movement and space which violate our traditional ideas about tectonics, become possible thanks to modern digital design technology. We see that the lexical code is radically changing, but the deconstruction technique continues to develop. The paradox is that, despite the declared difference in creative use, the compositional means of deconstructivists and postmodernists are similar, which is noticeable, for example, in a 7-story building built in Berlin according to the project of one of the postmodernism leading master, Aldo Rossi. That will be the photo by Alexander Socha, 2016. This building closes the perspective of interesting streets with its angular volume. The method of active corner trimming in combination with the cylinder used by Rossi was first used by the outstanding constructivist Golosov in the building of the Zuev Workers Club on Lesnaya Street in Moscow, as well as in numerous constructivist buildings in Kharkiv, such as the Builders Club, the General Post Office, and the building of automatic telephone exchange. Also, Aldo Rossi may not have known the constructivist monuments of Kharkiv. The principle of dialogue with constructivism can be traced in postmodernism as well. Conclusions. Deconstructivism grew out of the avant-garde and constructivism of the 1920s. It also rose as a protest, but already against the integrity of the aesthetic forms of modernism, which dictated its strict principles of monologue of the only possible point of view. Deconstructivism contrasts the meager rationality of modernism with an open emotional dialogue with the past of a specific era, avant-garde, and an expressive symbolic system. This principle of dialogic conversation was later spread to polylogy with different eras, which became the basis for the development of the language of postmodernism. The lexicon of avant-garde and constructivism was developed not only by deconstructivism, but also by digital architecture transforming archetypes towards their complication, exaggeration, and tectonic ambiguity. However, this is a topic for a separate article. So, one protest trend gave birth to another after many decades, became a creative experiment embodied in the works of world masters of architecture who were not afraid to experiment with form. Also, deconstructivism has not become the dominant style. It has formed a rich palette of compositional techniques that has become widespread in the professional fields of both postmodernism and digital architecture. Dziękuję bardzo za uwagę. Może jakieś pytania? Proszę bardzo. Może będą jakieś pytania?
Are there any questions?
Dobrze. To może nie będziemy czekać, ponieważ czas nas nagli.
Actually, we're under
Dziękuję
time
bardzo.
pressure, so I don't think
Ja
we'll
myślę, że
wait.
ta
I thank you.
prezentacja nam
I
umożliwiła, że
think that
rzeczywiście
this presentation
konstruktywizm, jak
made
do tej
it
pory
very
poznaliśmy,
clear
wydaje się być
that
tematem, który
the constructivism
tą generacją architektury,
seems
która
the generation of
jak najbardziej
architecture
wiąże się,
which
wydaje się, tak
indeed
przynajmniej z awangardą.
fits where is related to avant-garde. And obviously there were many paths leading to that, but eventually, as we could hear, the constructivism also occupied itself with constructivism. So now the question is which object belongs to this or that category or this or that style, and we may have a difference of opinions here. So I think it's a topic worth discussing because it is a very attractive topic. Thank you.
At that moment, I would like to hand over to Professor Alberto Fratelli from Udine to let him untangle the mysterious title Avant-Garde, Onward to Where.
Oh, yes. So before so that I can read, before I begin, I have a note to say that I discovered that after 3 years of silence, I'm no longer able to speak or speak English. So I put a lot of text on the PowerPoint, but for the kind translator, I will go through only through the black text, the black words. So thank you very much for being here. As many years that this happened, and it's very strange thinking about this very conference, to speak at Avant-Garde at this conference, because normally avant-garde has to be against the tradition, but we are here at a conference that is now perhaps one of the longest tradition of the last century. So really interesting for this. Normally, speaking of how the name started. Avant-garde is an old-fashioned term, a term that underwent a dramatic change in its meaning during the 20th century, but it was only a war-related term. In the old dictionary, only war-related term. In the following dictionary, you see as a second meaning artistic and literary movement characterized by polemical and innovative attitude. And then later, in the dictionary about art, it's a term used to refer to artists and especially groups who committed to experimenting with new languages, finds themselves operating in a position detached from dominant practice of the moment. So normally our problem is to find the kind of tradition by which an avant-garde can be measured. If you speak about experimentation, but you need a tradition to be reacted, seeking everything that breaks the rules. But what if there are no rules? They don't know what to think about this. Everyone today claims to be in the forefront. So I remember the Snow White stepmother and their mirror, Spieglein on der Wand, wer ist die schönste im ganzen Land? Now, today, we will say, selfie, selfie in my hand, who is ahead in all the land? But all the people think to be ahead. We see in every kind of conference, a senior executive, a CEO, a superb communicator, he's shouting to us, the future is now. Of course, the future is now. That is a wonderful slogan, loved and acclaimed. A true avant-garde slogan. But if we stop thinking for a moment, which is something not to be expected today, to stop to think a moment, we may notice a small problem. What does this slogan mean? Actually, it means nothing. The future is now. If we think carefully, the sentence might even make sense, but its meaning taken literally would be tragic. Yes, the future is now. We can also say the world will finish today. It's the same that the future is now. Perhaps, so I prefer to think as in the past. I remember that after all, Alice's White Rabbit was more up to date. He who with his watch in hand, he was always running, knowing that if he didn't run, he wouldn't stay still, but it would fall behind. That is perhaps the pocket watch he wore would be now a little out of fashion, that's sure. But he was no more behind than today's manager. And this is well explained by the Queen in the following section of the book. Now, cried the Queen, faster, faster. Well, in our country, said Alice, you would generally get to somewhere else if you ran very fast for a long time. He was still panting a little. A slow sort of country, said the Queen. Now here, you see, it takes all the runnings you can do to keep in the same place. If you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as this. And it's beautiful to remember that Martin Gardner, noting about this, he quotes that this has been the most quoted sentence of the book of all the quoted Dawn, it was the most important. So I tried to search what was the avant-garde then and how it was the interpretation of the people then. And now I look back. What was architecture really like in the early 20th century? What the people thought about it. That was completely different, I think. I believe that the reality was very different from what the most famous texts are telling to us. Here a few examples to show, to understand something very strange. I find this Les Monographies du Bâtiment Moderne. They were not a magazine. They were really the sheets, a monograph, large format drawings, centimeter 30 for 40, large, very clear line drawings, perhaps taken and reconstructed from space and picture. Here is the Maison du Peuple. So now we will see the picture, very beautiful. I believe that the reality. I took the wrong click. La Maison du Peuple, and this curious building is explained. Contains a cafe restaurant, a bakery, a festival hall, which is why we classified it as a casino theater, designed for workers. La Maison du Peuple. We are at Anvers. And then these are, no one then spoke of Art Nouveau, or as later it was called in Italy, Liberty, but the explanation focused on the novelty of the subject, the novelty of architectural language, the new possibility offered by the materials and technique. The building was there mentioned as interesting, nothing more. Today, the facade pops up immediately if you click on Asper and Ambers. It comes out this. Another thing that is to be noted is that the explanation in the monograph text has very few. Well, the explanation are what you see below in the picture. Just some necessary netting. Everything is left to large illustration. The some lettering is written into the picture, perhaps written with a standardograph. It's written with hand, with in Italy we call it normograph. I don't know what is the right translation. These are the pictures. This size, very, very, I think, very beautiful. And we have no time to see all the details. But what is extraordinary, which is very different from today, if you only click on Wikipedia, we can find it comes up, pops up this, that is the same after 100 years, explaining that is considered to be one of the most beautiful Art Nouveau facade in Antwerp. It was quoted as curious building when they did it. Another example, a metro station in Paris. In this monography, yes, we already spoke about the picture. We are in 1919. This is a picturesque station. It's located in the extension of the railway tracks of the ring, and then it is the explanation how they did, and then there are all the very beautiful drawings to explain the architectural details, and the passenger building is crowned by a floor containing the accommodation of the station manager, with the help of 2 staircases, a beautiful open work footbridge connects the platform with the upper level, and it explains with very few words. The words that you see in this picture below are all what is written in the monograph. This is the quoted. And, I was happy to see that now, today, this part was covered. Now the metro is underground. Is covered underground. The explanation finished saying it has succeeded in spite of numerous difficulties in constructing a building equally remarkable for its original appearance and for its comfortable installation. Always explaining that it's the new possibility used to solve a new problem, not speaking about really general problem of architecture. There are always architects and engineers working together. And now, today, you can see if you click on Google Maps, you search this station, as it is today, and you see that they are using this very drawing, this, not mine, but this that you see, to show the history of the station. These are the drawing that we have seen. They are explained in Paris, you can find in the street. Or say something completely different, architecture der Neuzeit, architecture of the future, selected the collection of modern facade of details. Here we are a little earlier. There are original photographs after nurturing color type. Here the technology was to take a very perfect picture photograph, vertical. That is very difficult. So the book is only with done with, you see, 44 or 50 large sheets, accurate, perfectly vertical photographs. Such is the importance of this photograph, probably printed in color type, white collodion, was that these large format monographs consist only of the tables, which show facades on important details. No other explanation is put. There are printed quite heavy cardboard, separated, almost sepia-colored black, in separate sheets, as if each of these were a single work of art. But here is one in Nuremberg, another in Berlin. No, there is. What is happening here? Okay, the other in Berlin we don't see. It was before, it disappeared. Later, I have wanted to see something that now we will see something that you know very well, but very strange explanation. While Terrani and many others were building new and fascinating architecture, many wondered about the meaning of the most significant innovation. He's from Politecnico, we are in 1928, speaking about the architecture of the concrete building and architettura del cemento armato, the concrete, a new concrete architecture. The author is speaking about the Dessau School of Arts and Craft, that we know that this Walter Gropius building. They use a picture from other magazines. The Italians were not very rich, and they used what they could. The school later became renewed as the Bauhaus, but they don't speak about Bauhaus here. The very strange is the explanation. Pictures show the School of Art and Craft, whose external structure is inspired by the new building trends that make use of the deployment of certain secondary construction details to achieve a certain architectural effect, such as, in this case, the series of small overhanging terraces on the side and the three long racks on the right head of the workroom wing, these big facade, glass facades that he doesn't like too much. The author shows an interesting review of the use of reinforced concrete for a very variety of buildings. But while appreciating their qualities, usefulness, and the way in which they respond to contemporary needs, he does not appear convinced. This brief review of various types of modern architecture gives us an idea of the brave architectural innovation that can be achieved, but leaves us unsatisfied and perplexed from an architectural point of view. And then other Siemensstadt in Berlin, another that you know very well, that another very strange explanation here is all the technical explanation is described how it works. This is a picture that you know very well. And the piece seems rather cold. But here, really, you discover somebody who is trying to understand. But one can see that these projects are quite foreign to him, to the author. He can also see that he finds the idea convincing. Taken individually, each building is cold, with no proper life, but the wall, through the play of lines and volumes, acquires a great harmony. And then he concludes, in short, he doesn't like the building. What strikes me at first sight is the cheerful appearance of the wall. Sober, well-chosen play of colors in decoration, large double windows, healthy exposure to air and light, walls, gardens, balconies, etc., etc., etc. What is useful in the big cities. The same is for another abitazioni popolari, the housing in Vienna. The author is amazed by the ability of planners and the municipality to solve the housing problem through minimal, well-designed units, through the addition of many common spaces and services. And I go very fast because we know absolutely well this, but there is a note that is very important. Collective housing would be a more appropriate term because the neighborhoods established in Vienna are equipped with all the services necessary for a well-organized community: kindergarten, school, toilet, laundry, food shops, a remarkable extent of work carried out by the municipality from a social, economical, hygienic point of view, etc., etc., etc. I have to note that this is written in the 30s. The author is an author that has to pretend to be fascist if he wants to work. And he's speaking of what we now know as a Red Vienna. So it's very strange the way we see now what happened then. And here are the very well-known interior and all the organization of the society there. But perhaps the innovation in progress at that time was so strong that the virtual reality of the avant-garde was forgotten. It was something more extraordinary. And here we see an amazing paper from about the skyscraper in North America by Bruno Bollis. This narrative involves to tell something that was read in the opposite way to how we would perhaps read it today. Skyscraper seems the only real and magical, yet peaceful and positive stop in a world as chaotic and crazy as America must have seemed to an Italian at time. Il Chrysler Building, we know this currently, then the tallest skyscraper, it's a long narration, and this Chrysler, it is salvation when he discovers. All the light there are so soft and filtered, and at times so warm and so cold that I have the impression of being in a sea cave. The building's atmosphere is undoubtedly unreal, a magical cave of Arabian night. Dramatizing goods and environment in East Africa are one of the dogma of tensionism, that he says that tensionism is the architectural school around there. And then you see the Fisher, the style has some Gothic features, the outer cladding is totally white marble, here is said to be Carrara marble, so but we don't read it. It's very beautiful to read this story, but in the dark night, the suburb mall welcomes the lights of 1,000 spotlights and stands against the background of the sky. unreal magic and fairy-like a diva on the black velvet of a curtain. This is how he sees the skyscraper. And to show that he doesn't take pictures, but he sees here a City of Tomorrow by Hugo Ferris, that is the picture, the painter who he uses to show the skyscraper. Photographs never render the true physiognomy of these giants, which today are draped in ultra-modern, sympathetic and American clothes. I therefore choose to illustrate these pages with drawing of Hugo Ferris. So some conclusion, I really like to discover this very strange situation. I choose only very well-known examples with a little strange explanation. I will have some conclusion, I don't know, because what does avant-garde architecture look like today? I was thinking of showing the project. I liked it in Architecture magazine today, but I think it's pointless. We know that all architecture today is claiming to be non-traditional, spatial, advanced, and sustainable. Furthermore, to be avant-garde, it was necessary, if you go to literally to the meaning of the word from an artistic point of view, it's necessary to be in a group, not alone. No one alone is avant-garde, even if it anticipates everyone. An elitist character is required, to feel like a closed circle, to have a manifesto, to have a way of act very different from now. And in a world where millions of people are trying to attract followers, and therefore where millions of people claim to be avant-garde, it's virtually impossible to avant-garde. Where the avant-garde claims to be mainstream, what on earth will be avant-garde? So I can reconsider many new things of the early 20th century, of the last century, breaking with the present, presumption of being superior, race issues, exaltation from new technologies. Doesn't this remind you of something? It seems really this century. So it's better to stop, I think, to think about this. We don't know if we are falling behind or if we are a lap ahead. I'm sure, Alice, remarks about the memory. My memory was only one way. I can't remember things before they happen. It's a poor sort of memory that only works backward, the Queen remarked. So we have to say that it's better to think a little about what is happening and looking for a condition. The only conclusion, the only good advice that I find, if you see an avant-garde passing by, remember that it's really well worth studying it, loving it, learning from it, but don't follow it. It will take you to nowhere. So I think I have to finish and to thank you very much for this possibility.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this wonderful conclusion of our morning session, also for maybe bringing proper balance to several perspectives we've got already on the table. Szanowni Państwo, to była bardzo interesująca prezentacja, która, jak sądzę, skłania do dyskusji.
Thank you very much. I think it was an interesting contribution that invites us to have a discussion. However, we are a little bit late. So let me now invite you to our lunch break. And I would encourage you to keep your questions, your comments, because we will have a little bit of time at the end of our working day today to share your thoughts. Thank you. And now the lunch break.
Szanowni Państwo, jesteśmy troszkę po czasie. Pan profesor Kozłowski zezwolił nam przedłużyć przerwę o 15 minut,
we were allowed to extend the break for 15 minutes to have this lunch break, but we're past 15 minutes. So I can see there are some people waiting here, and please join us. I don't think they can hear us. Well, I truly hope that the group of our listeners will grow bigger. Do we have Professor Słuchocka with us?
Bardzo proszę.
Madam?
W takim razie możemy jeszcze przywitamy Państwa jako nowi prowadzący.
So let me welcome you first, ladies and gentlemen. We have this great honor to open the second session, the afternoon session of the first day of the conference about defining architectural space, avant-garde architecture. Our afternoon session will now include 3 lectures. Will be opened by Professor Katarzyna Słuchocka, by Professor Bruno Messina and Professor Giurkowicz. So now let me give the floor to Professor Messina, who will be making the announcement.
Nie ma co mówić. Tytuł jest na ekranie. Prosimy o wystąpienie Pani Profesor.
Mention where the title is on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. And thank you very much for allowing to be here. So we can exchange our opinions, we can learn a lot. So today I wanted to talk about the contemporary times, about modernity. So the civilization and machine gives us the rate of delivery of the tasks, and this way we can reduce
tym samym automatycznie zaczynamy percypować szybciej i krócej. Oczekujemy też intensywności sygnału. Coś, co jest mierne i małe,
something which is small and measurable is insufficient. Do we truly need the growing strength of the message? Do we live in the epoch of the shock architecture which is omnipresent and escalates? Whether the Bilbao effect still play a role as a socio-economic and cultural phenomenon?
Postawione pytania prowadzić mają do znalezienia właściwej drogi identyfikacji przestrzeni architektonicznej. Natomiast kolejne pytania. Co oznacza sformułowanie właściwa identyfikacja przestrzeni? Czy jest to w ogóle możliwe obiektywne kształtowanie opinii na temat architektury? Jak ustalać kryteria? Jak poruszać się w bogactwie różnorodności? Podczas gdy swoboda wyrażenia myśli i wolność wypowiedzi
freedom of expression encourages designers to make more creative articulations.
Dążenie do poszukiwania nowych dróg ekspresji architektonicznej pociąga za sobą potrzebę konieczności poszukiwania nowego języka do opisu architektury oraz narzędzi do jej rozpoznawania. Tym samym klasyfikacji oraz systematyzowania. Możliwości techniczne, materiałowe i inżynieryjne pozwalają na łączenie wielu metodologii
allow for combining areas that have not been connected so far. So artists cross borders that have been
piękno przestaje być obiektywne.
Swoją książkę uncrossable so far. Tom Dickoff begins his book by asking the question, what exactly made me lose my patience in the end? And points to the entry.
Zaprojektowany przez
The British design skyscraper looks like big pants, the angry Chinese say.
Właśnie tak,
that's right, pants. Enormous pants. It is significant that the author, shocked by the comments and actual associations with underwear, the author begins his book with the mention of this building. What's important? It's important that individual forms of architecture they become visible, they strike against the background.
Coraz więcej swobodnych
the
odchodzących od
number
meritum
of
interpretacji.
free interpretations
Architekci w swoich
is
założeniach
growing.
ideowych coraz częściej
Architects in
porzucają
their
przywiązanie do
concepts,
kontekstu,
they abandon
podczas
their
gdy ich
attachment to the
materializowane na
context,
całym świecie osobiste
while
wizje
their materialized
zyskują
around the
wielbicieli i
world
hejterów
personal
jednocześnie.
visions
Architektura
gain
robi się
followers
głośna
and haters.
i robi się też
Architecture
głośno o
becomes
architekturze.
loud
Projektanci
and
zyskują na
the
popularności.
talk of the
Jest rozgłos, lecz
moment,
czy o to właśnie w
and
sztuce
many talk
projektowania
about architecture.
obecnie chodzi?
So is it
Ważne, że
about
mówią, nieważne, że jak.
fashion? Is it
Tak
about
zwany shock
fame?
and show. Jest
So it's the
obecny
shock
w
and
mediach.
show which is ever present
Trudno
in the mass
oczywiście
media.
generalizować, ale
Well,
nie sposób
obviously,
nie
it
zauważyć
is
przez
difficult
obecne
to
ekspresje
generalize, but it's
artykulacji form
impossible not to
Istnieją
notice
wprawdzie
the
duże
omnipresent
niebezpieczeństwo,
expression of the articulation of
że
architectural
podnoszący się
forms.
poziom tej głośności i jej
There is
masowość
a great danger that the
przerodzi się w
rising
krzyk,
level of
co
this
implikować
loudness
będzie
and
jednocześnie
massiveness will
potrzebę
turn into
ciszy.
a scream,
Być może
which will
właśnie
imply the
jesteśmy
need for
świadkami
silence. Perhaps we're
w tym momencie
witnessing an upheaval
przewrotu
in
w myśleniu
thinking
o
about
architekturze.
architecture.
Być może
Perhaps we're
zmęczeni i
tired and
przebodźcowani.
excited to
Raczyć się
indulge
zechcemy
in non-flashy, simple
niekrzykliwymi
forms,
formami, prostymi, tak jak ponadczasowy
such as
modernizm czy
timeless
spokojny
modernism
neoklasycyzm.
or peaceful
Zakłada się, że
neoclassicism.
architektura ma spełniać oczekiwania
It is
odbiorców.
assumed that
Jest
architecture
bowiem
is
sztuką
to
użytkową.
meet
Trwałość,
expectations of
użyteczność
its
i piękno jakże wszystkim nam
users.
znane.
It is about the
Architekt i odbiorca to
beauty,
jednak
the
dwa skrajne
utility.
bieguny, które mogą
But
się pokrywać, ale
architect
też nie
and
muszą.
the user, these are two
Na
polars
temat,
which
na
may
temat architektury
overlay.
pisał w swoich opracowaniach Bruno Taut,
And
nawiązując
this
do
is what
do
Bruno
natury i
Taut
do tego, że
wrote
architektura
about
nowoczesna ma być jak
architecture.
najbardziej
He was
zbliżona
referring
do
to
natury i do
nature.
krajobrazu.
He
I
spoke
czy rzeczywiście spotkał
about
się z aprobatą?
the
Czy
aesthetics
wszyscy-
of architecture.
wszystkim i on mógł zadowolić wszystkich?
So what about satisfying
Skupiając się na
everyone?
odbiorze
So when
architektury przez
focusing
pryzmat
on the
komfortu
reception of
użytkowania,
architecture
ergonomii
through the prism
i
of
formy, pojawia się
using
czynnik ryzyka, który
and
ponosi
ergonomics,
potencjalny
there is this
użytkownik
risk
danych
factor
przestrzeni.
borne by a
Jest nim
potential
powierzenie
user of
estetycznych
space.
zapatrywań w ręce projektu.
So it is about
Może się
entrusting the
zdarzyć przecież, że
designer
marzenia
with
i oferta,
creative
choćby nie
expectations.
wiadomo
It
jak
might be
wydawała
as
się
well.
komfortową i ekstrawagancką, nie będą w stanie ze
Dreams
sobą
and offer,
współżyć.
even if very comfortable,
I siedząc
will not be
wygodnie i
able to
dostosowani
resonate with
aparatami
each other, and
wymarzonym
while sitting on an
hotelu w
armchair
naszym
adapted to the
apartamencie,
dimensions
mieszkaniu,
to
domu,
our
obserwować będziemy
apartment or
zgrzyt
house,
form,
will have
czy krzyk barw
to observe the
nieskarnych
clash
personalnie
of forms
obiektów za
or the
oknem,
scream of
zamiast
colors that are
delikatnie
personally
starających się chmur po
indigestible.
niebie. I tu pojawiają się aspekty
And
mody,
here,
tendencji
there are the
stylistycznych,
aspects of
które
fashion,
wypada
stylistic
poważać,
trends that should be
często wbrew
respected.
sobie. Bywa, że
Against
łamiąc swoje
our
przekonania jesteśmy w stanie
intention.
zaakceptować
Unless
to, co
we
nie do
are
końca nam
able
jednak
to
odpowiada,
accept which
a
do
często
not
nawet wydaje nam się, że
entirely
jesteśmy z
like,
tego dumni.
and often we
Czy kieruje nami poczucie
might think we're
niepewności
proud of
i
it,
strach przed
or we
okazaniem się
perhaps
ignorantką,
feel
ignorantem?
insecure and
Istotna
afraid
jest
of
także przesłanka czasu w tym wszystkim, który to po pierwsze
becoming
często
or
zmienia
feeling
stanowisko
ignorant.
postrzegania,
There is
ale i
also the
czasu
premise of
rozumianego
time,
także
which
jako epoka
first
ze
of
swoimi
all often
trendami
changes the position of
i
perception,
popularnościami
but
nastawionymi
also of time which
każdorazowo
understood
na
as
nieco
an
odmienne
epoch
typy
with
form
its
i
trends
rodzajów
and
pożądanych
popularities
przestrzeni.
oriented each time towards
Kolejnym
slightly
istotnym
different types
elementem
of
jest
form with the
nostalgia,
types of space one wants.
skłaniająca do
Then we have
powrotów, czy do
nostalgia,
płynności i powtarzalności.
which brings along
Charakterystycznych cech stylów w
comebacks, the
architekturze i
smooth
sztuce.
repetition of the characteristic features
Jednak
of
uważa
styles
za
in
potrzebę
architecture.
wyciszenia. Nadmierny
Satisfaction
spokój
creates a need for
generuje potrzebę
silence.
wzmacniania
Excessive
bodźców.
quietness or calmness generates the
Często
need
spotykamy
to
się ze
strengthen the
sprzecznością
stimulus.
pomiędzy ideą
We
projektantów a
often
oczekiwaniami
see the
społeczności,
contradiction
dla której
between
projektuje się konkretnej
the
przestrzeni.
expectations
Nawet jeśli one zaspokajają
and
gusta architektów,
creation,
nie muszą
even
trafiać
if
w
they
marzenia o
meet
własnej przestrzeni.
the taste of
Czytacie
architect,
wypowiedź Justyny Szwoszewskiej z
if they
monografii
satisfy
architektury,
architect taste, they
kobiety
do not have to
zaprojektują
fulfill
lepsze miasto,
dreams about
ogłoszącą.
one's
Mam
own
wrażenie,
space. In the same
wszystko
study,
jest teraz
Justyna
na pokaz.
Swoszowska,
A współczesna
who
architektura
wrote about
jest taka
women designing
odspołeczniona.
new cities,
Kwestia ta
she
budzi
said
oczywiście
that I
refleksję
have the
nad
impression that
miejscem
everything is
zwykłego
now for
człowieka
show and
w świecie
contemporary
kreacji
architecture is
architektonicznej.
so
Miejscem
desocialized.
rozumianym dwojako, jako
So that
behawioralne
inspires
zjawisko,
reflection on
ale
the
i
place
jako
of the
duchowe
common man
uczestnictwo,
in the world
czyli
of
przestrzeń
architecture.
i emocji.
A place understood in two
Jak
ways, as a
rysują się
behavioral
zatem
phenomenon, but
zależności
also a
pomiędzy
spiritual participation
klinikami
place space and emotions.
A jakością
So we have that relationship between external factors, spatial factors, and the quality of space. So the first aspect is the free choice or even change of time for living. That may be difficult because of origins, roots, and then relation to the property that man has for years, and it's quite difficult to part sometimes. Then we have responses, sensoric choice. So we have also technical development, which raises the level of perception of stimuli that change the way of one perception. Similarly to a speeding train, when the image outside the window blends into one continuous show, which is usually homogeneous and boring. And we can be drawn to the extremity of form, color, and size. And in this sense, the world is recorded by interruption of monotony, interruption of the phenomenon that seems to speed towards tiredness. And similarly, things happen in the world of architecture. The architecture that stands out loses its local identity. So the internet is the ticket. As Jan Tsucik says, owing to new technologies, we can be following the increasingly free flow of thoughts and ideas, which brings about these connections. The architecture, which should be different, loses its local identity. Its users have this idea that when once we're here, they can be everywhere. That when we can get a scrap of a different, better world. Theatrical visions of artistic work catch up with us, often surprising us with their character and piece of creation. So we have these theatrical concepts of new works, well, that changes the border of adaptability. So we need imagination, openness, and holistic creation method, and conviction that owing to advanced technologies, even the boldest deliveries are possible. Dreams prompt us in our direction of operation towards avant-garde eternal design concept. So what should be done to leave avant-garde at the avant-garde level so that the different language can be surprising and meets and fulfills its basic functions. When immersed into digital reality, we get used to unrealistic, impossible images and views. But then it opens up our imagination. So in this context, it is very difficult to satisfy a new imagination which strives for new impressions. So I wanted to present to you an attempt to assess on the basis of comparative analysis of selected sketches. So when looking at the presented sketches, which are very different in terms of their delivery time, we can see the difference in the quality of presentations of the design. So we have early recordings made by Christopher Wren, or other architects. They focus on detail. They gave a certain view on the designed object or parts thereof. And drawings were to present approximated forms of future projects, but the concept, the design itself was focused on the engineering, on perfecting the structure, and that was important when expressing the drawings. So absolutely nowadays we care about security, but the difference is that because of technological advancement, architects received a very different set of tools that allow them for different use of construction materials. This way they have access to unimaginable few centuries ago concepts, opportunities and options. So that is a strong foundation which creates the awareness and the capacity to create.
Współczesny architekt wie,
A modern architect is aware of the fact that they can do more, and also the receiver, the user of the architecture has higher expectations. However, not always that in willingness, that intention is fully satisfactory. Modern architect is very modest in presentation of their vision, giving field to interpretation. And what is important here, they have the time to
po prawej chociażby do projektowanej idei
for interpretation. So this is the initial form, and a lot can be added here, or a lot can be removed from this design, while without detriment to the very concept of the sketch. A lot can be analyzed. Perhaps in the future we'll look at more primitive, more original records. On the left we have a sketch done by a child. On the right hand side a sketch done by a professional architect. Then there were sketches dating back to the 19th century, and they did not give the freedom for interpretation. So these objects represented quite composed, predictable quarters of cities. Modern sketches that give the recording of observations made by different techniques, often mixed techniques and digital drawing. This is concept of playing with the line. This is a contemporary business card of architecture. It may also be presented as a joke, as here on the sketch. And here we have this full of expression preliminary sketches. These are aesthetic notes of often crazy visions materialize in the arena of our lives at a pace as fast as its own force. Daniel Libeskind also said architecture starts with a sketch. Many projects start with an idea that seems impossible, and yet it is built into a building. One may ask a question: if contemporary sketches give a realistic picture of the architecture, can we expect the architecture to be useful and meet its purpose when it's being beautiful? So it's about paving the way towards spectacular impressions. After such exciting promises, it would be disappointing to have a building of static composition. Daniel Libeskind also said architecture starts with a sketch. Many projects start with an idea that seems impossible, and yet it is built into a building. A building is made of a drawing, not building materials, which are brought to the side and trying to get some effect. And the recipient, thought by experience, each time believes that it will be fine, moved by, or it gets used to the fact that it's not as expected. As a consequence, moved by the admiration for beauty or the lack of comfort, and thus the uselessness of a form, we endure with the architecture designed for us and implemented for us. We organize trips, take photos in its vicinity, visit it, feeling famous like it is. And we are happy by its greatness. But it is immaterial whether it has good or bad reputation. It's important that it attracts, like the model Bilbao effect, successfully replicated almost all over the world. Are we still participating in the social, economic and cultural phenomenon influenced by the appearance of the extravagant museum building? Or is it a kind of aesthetic kind of traveling? Seeing the best, the latest in the farthest corners of the globe is a frequent goal. It is also worth asking the question when, and not if, we will fly into space to take a selfie with the representation of a project by a design celebrity.
nagrody makabryła roku, czy po prostu stanowić przykład architektury niespełniającej oczekiwań
So this, we might end up with an example of architecture which does not meet the expectations of users. The exemplary cube houses are an interesting spatial composition in terms of visualization. Their light yellow color catches the eye, and its diagonal arrangement of the residential forms certainly impresses the recipient. However, does the procedure of tilting the cube of a conventional corner of the house upwards and leaning it on the hexagonal pylon give a sense of stability and comfort of use? And the question is I often ask students designing architecture arises, what for? These simple words contain the essence of the goal of action. Are we going to shock someone? Do we want to shock anyone? Arouse your interest? Have we not forgotten about the human being, so important in this complex process of space creation? Dream about sculpture architecture, apart from striving to create the original, exciting form, must also include issues of function considered in many aspects. So beauty requires passion. Passion forges dead stones into drama. At the same time, there is a question, who or what is the subject? Is that the form created for a human being, or is the human being its background and filler? So contemporary strive for creation is like a dance. We have that sense of contextual expression, which is to adorn and requires admiration, globalization, and easier access to information, escalation of transfer, and a growing need for external stimuli leads to unification of architecture. We lose the idea of identity and the need for identity. We chase new, fashionable, different. Regionalism are marginalized and often replaced with a new model. Uniformity of global architecture or similar paths of delivery of architecture offer temporary feeling of appreciation.
Prawdopodobną przyczynę ciągłego dążenia
It is quite likely that we continue to strive for ideals because of
odgórnie panujące mody i
traces of depreciation and wear. So the need for new impressions implies the need for everything which is around us, and there are always searches for new or newer and more modern forms. But this need for something else changes the concept, and lack of anchoring in permanence and relying mostly and largely on the beauty of the space may bring about deterioration of quality, and as a result, new objects must be created. It is as if we had white goods in the house, we do not repair our washing machines, we buy new. So fashion growing and chase after popularity. So these are factors that change architecture. So a Polish poet, Adam Mickiewicz, demanded to reach where the sight does not reach and break what the mind does not break. And it is difficult to stop indeed. After all, the architecture is ruled by creative youth, reborn from one era to another in new versions and styles. But the current pace of changes does not withstand the graceful period of even an entire criteria. So we have all these trends, and we have this diversity market, which unfortunately is expensive in terms of price of implementation, as well as emotional satisfaction and mental pace of recipient users. So, as Le Corbusier said, we move from construction to architecture when we have some lofty goal. Vanity must be avoided. Vanity as a trait is the cause of vanity of architecture. So these words should reappear on the front pages of textbooks addressed to adepts of the art of creating architecture. And they should also come as a renewable oath for each designer, so that they have their individual actual reason for self-control and verification of their position in which they're along with the design and output achievement.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you.
I wzorem poprzednich sesji
And as during previous sessions, we have a minute or perhaps two for comments, questions, contributions from the floor.
Czy ekipę techniczną mógłbym prosić o przekazanie mikrofonu?
May I ask the technical team for a mic? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Professor Suchocka for the inspirational presentation. My question is whether you consider shock and show a modern phenomena, or you see it as something integral to the history of architecture, considering, for example, that Parthenon was built to be the most glamorous, the biggest and the richest temple of the Greeks, and going forward from the Gothic architecture to the architecture of the 19th century, where whenever there was power, there was great architecture that's tried to succeed and be the bigger, the best, the most innovative and experimental in consideration to the tradition.
Thank you for the question. Professor Suchocka, would you like to answer the question? Okay, thank you very much. I understand the discussion on this topic. We pass to the break or to evening discussion. Okay, thank you very much. Kiedy jestem przy głosie, to może chciałbym, chyba że są jeszcze jakieś pytania.
Okay, maybe are there any other questions, any other comments?
Chciałbym króciutko może podzielić się refleksjami na
let me
temat
just
treści zawartych w tym wystąpieniu.
On what was said
Kiedy pani profesor przedstawiała problem, przypomniała mi się książka Piotra Sarzyńskiego zatytułowana bardzo mocno Wrzask w przestrzeni. To było właśnie mniej więcej tym, o czym
and it dealt more or less with the issues described by Professor Suchocka. The book was published about 10 years ago and it focused on the topic of contemporary architecture, which wants to find its place by screaming into space, because visual shock is such a strong impulse that it is easier to find it among this mass of other information. So let us not be surprised that somebody who wants to make a name for themselves chooses this path. But the question is whether what the author wanted to be an avant-garde or what looks like an avant-garde is an avant-garde indeed. In my opinion, my private opinion is that we deal with an avant-garde when we are trying to solve a problem in an innovative way. One problem or many problems. But it's not about using some loud colors in the space. So we must apply a lot of caution whenever we hear the lessons that Professor also summarized for us, and we need to be humble on the one side, on the one hand, but I would agree with the commentator that it's not typical of contemporary architecture only that every architect wants to make a name for himself or herself. Would you like to comment on that? I believe that the topic you brought to our attention should be one of the leading topics of our discussion following the presentations. So also the intent to make a name for oneself, the shock architecture. Yes. Maybe this is something that we should discuss. So now let me invite yet another speaker, and I believe that the time has come to give the floor to Professor Bruno Messina, the Università di Catania. Over to you, Professor.
Good afternoon. Thank you to Professor Tomasz Kozłowski for invitation. So, at the beginning of the 20th century, the artistic avant-gardes questioned the deep meaning of art, experimenting new languages and new form of expression. In synthesis, the common characteristics of avant-garde architecture, from Italian futurism to Russian constructivism up to the German expressionism, are the search for a new conception of space and urban utopias. Among the architects trained in this singular historical moment, Le Corbusier and Mies in particular allow us to understand how the most interesting experiments of the architectural avant-gardes have not always pursued the logic of the tabula rasa in prefiguring visions for the future, but have also turned their gates to the past. In the projects for the skyscrapers on Friedrichstrasse in Berlin of 1921, Mies investigates the relationship between light, form, and matter. The transparent plastic and continuous envelope reveals unexpected, expressive possibilities of glass. Mies' radical research continued in the same years with other projects. In the brick country house of 1924, the wall structure is broken down into a sequence of independent partitions that define an absolutely new spatial continuum. This compositional strategy also characterizes the project for courtyard houses in the same years, a modern invention of an architectural archetype. The research carried out with the rupture of the wall box therefore returns to the origins of the architectural type, far to the ontology of the building. As Antonio Monestiroli clarifies, Mies is the architect who most refers to the principles of ancient architecture and moves away from its forms. The three-court house contains all the historical depth of the house, although even primary elements such as doors and windows are omitted. A roof and a fence remain, and yet in this house, the old house is recognizable. In Vers une architecture of 1923, Le Corbusier uses a new communicative format that becomes a powerful propaganda tool. His idea of architecture is based on the innovation of construction techniques and that allow to introduce a free spatial arrangement theorized in the 5 points for a new architecture. Through effective metaphors, he clarifies the instrumental value of the technique for a renewed idea of living, synthesized in the famous slogan, "La maison est une machine à habiter." Le Corbusier's theoretical reflection then focuses on the urban dimension. In the project for a city of 3 million inhabitants of 1922, he specifies the principles of his idea of contemporary metropolis. An urban system decongested by vehicular traffic with large spaces for nature. It would have found application in Plan Voisin for Paris, in which he plans to reconstruct the right bank, raising the historical fabric to the ground, with exception of some monuments and squares, which constitute for him a selective and radical memory of the historic city. As the architectural historian Renato De Fusco explains, the Corbusian pre-planning is a world of figurations, ideograms, symbols, schemes that become understandable to everyone. Le Corbusier is considered the initiator of that architectural trend known as the poetics of the large dimensions of microstructure, or the initiator of an open architectural design. For De Fusco, therefore, the most significant legacy of Le Corbusier's research is the utopia of large dimensions, a theme that will interest the most significant European avant-gardes of the 60s and 70s of last century. Among them, we should mention Superstudio's radical architecture, which arouses the interest of international critics with the exhibition of 1972, Italy, the New Domestic Landscape, at the MoMA in New York. Superstudio questions the imminent dissolution and fate of architecture in the age of electronics and globalization through an imaginative narrative with drawing and photomontages. An experiment that ended in the early 1980s, a period in which Superstudio tackled concrete issues in projects. The temporal trajectory of the researches of Superstudio and its founder, Adolfo Natalini, implements a reversal of the initial point of view, passing from the radical speculation to the built architecture, confronting with the tradition of civil architecture and with the time of history. Natalini says, we need architecture to be appropriate to place and inhabitants, resistant to time and fashions, reassuring against the rapid passage of time to protect us from the offenses of the season and man. We need solid, protective, reassuring architectures dignified and civil architectures. We need places whose shape is born slowly over time through needs and desires. If Superstudio's parable ends with a return to the reality of places, his radical experiments have nevertheless inspired some of the most innovative architects of our time, such as Rem Koolhaas, one of the few who questions the evolution of settlement features of a planet. In his text, Delirious New York of 1978, the Dutch architect analyzes a singular urban phenomenon which has enhanced the potential and limits of the contemporary metropolis condition. For Koolhaas, Manhattan constitutes the theoretical foundation of all modern urban culture as it represents the ante litteram prophecy of a culture of congestion, based on image and consumption. A text which, moreover, constitutes a radical critique of Le Corbusier's urban planning theories. Koolhaas' reflections continues with SMLXL of 1997 and Junk Space of 2006, addressing the theme of bigness in contemporary architecture with an effective communication format certainly indebted to the Le Corbusier essay. Another advance is represented by the urban analysis conducted from the late 1990s on the megalopolis of Lagos in Nigeria. Koolhaas proposed a methodological overturning respect to the planning, pursuing the idea that the project on the city can identify strategies by borrowing the settlement principles from the analysis of spontaneous urban phenomena and assuming the urban informal of contemporary cities as an unavoidable feature of our time. Once again, architecture in a globalized world has the power to project its vision toward the future. The 20th century has taught us that avant-garde movements are cyclical and constitute a necessary solution of continuity with the present time, so as to invent the future, a future that requires an indirect vision to avoid the petrifying gaze of the Gorgon. Time reveals whether the avant-garde has projected its vital and imaginative impetus toward the future, or if it has accepted to be an unconscious instrument of a return to the status quo ante. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Are there any questions from the public? I can't see anyone raising hand. I would particularly like to thank you for presenting this this leading meaning of avant-garde, for presenting this kind of timeline, this kind of history of the concept of avant-garde, creating this really, really interesting presentation.
Dziękujemy panu profesorowi Messina i zapraszamy pana profesora Mateusza Giurkowicza.
I would like to invite Professor Górkowicz to take the floor.
Prezentacja jest gotowa.
The presentation is ready, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for this invitation. The title of this presentation is The Death of Avant-Garde or Return to the Roots. Well, avant-garde movements of the early 20th century were built on economic, political and cultural currents and trends that were changing the concept of the world, and changes in the architecture they were considered revolutionary. And as we heard from Professor Gzel, as we heard from other speakers today, actually every avant-garde was revolutionary in a way. All avant-garde movements were marked by the negation of historizing forms and traditional urbanism as an emanation of social oppression. Architecture, freed from their baggage, was to become egalitarian, and the new technology was to favor the mass production of buildings and cities for a modern society. So after the Great War, World War I, was the right for delivery of these ideas with need for apartments, need for residential architecture, made this residential architecture, which seemed the key tissue of the city, seemed the most susceptible to these changes and the most revolutionary, both in Western Europe, largely German residential settlements, but also in Poland. And its forms, typologies, initially very simple, deprived of retail, and very simple, they were the packaging for the function of a flat, and they evolved. Le Corbusier's machine for living was an avant-garde resolution, and it becomes an inspiration for thousands of residential buildings, and sometimes an inspiration that was not quite clearly understood. On the contrary, even when we speak about buildings erected in the 21st century. The technological development that we have been observing over the last century, as Professor Suchocka said, meant that over time almost all dreams of architects could be built. So following the strangeness, ignoring the cost of building and operating the facilities, led to the fact that the social sensitivity of architecture and its useful servitude were lost along the way for the sake of shocking with a form. For a couple of decades, expressionist, deconstructive, or biomorphic forms, alternating with minimalist, austere architecture, or the so-called new modernism, defined the main trends of architecture, considered avant-garde trends of the turn of the 20th and 21st centuries. These works were awarded by international bodies, which also contributed to the ennoblement of fairly small groups of the most avant-garde architects. The most important architectural awards, Pritzker Prize and EU Mies van der Rohe Architectural Award, awarded in the last few years, show the rejection of the mainstream of this kind of star architecture by the elite. Cities and private investors decided to employ and hire well-known creators, hoping that their creations will become contemporary points of attraction, the symbols of modernity of the commissioners. However, this uncontextual architecture of the performance did not always fulfill its goals correctly,
And contrary to the Bilbao effect, did not solve urban problems, but created new ones. So that is connected with limiting unnecessary spendings and unwillingness to make risky, hasty decisions. So as a result, we can see some changes. We can see the end of the extravagant era in favor of most socially sensitive architecture. So David Chipperfield received an award for the restored Neues Museum in Berlin. In 2011, but in Pritzker Prize in 2016 went to Alejandro Aravena of Chile. These awards, as you well know, they are usually granted for lifetime achievement, and so far it has been given to architects with enormous intellectual recognition, and then almost all well-known architects. But this time, again, the emphasis was put on the all life works. The same architect, Alejandro Aravena, also received other awards. In 2019, the EU Mies van der Rohe Architecture Award, the BDA Grand Prize, and Pritzker Prize in 2021. His Quinta Monroy residential housing estate in Quito was mainly presented as promoting the architect's work in the architectural press. It was the social creation the residents themselves could shape, obviously within a certain model that was imposed by the architect. They should create the details and the finishing of their houses. So this way, in his approach to social issues and the mass nature of architectural work, Aravena's work is closer to the fourth modernist avant-garde and the less of the 21st century avant-garde architects appreciated with global awards before him. Successive international awards only confirmed this trend. In 2019, the EU Mies van der Rohe Architecture Award. In 2020, the BDA Grand Prize. And in 2021, the Pritzker Prize went to French architects Anne Lacaton and Jean-Philippe Vassal. The studio specializes in interventions and transformations of the existing urban tissue, often including adaptations of buildings and housing complexes erected in industrialized technologies in the second half of the 20th century. This year's Pritzker Prize, Pritzker 2022, for Diebe Francis Kere from Burkina Faso confirms the trend of seeking contemporary avant-garde in social architecture. So this is not an architectural form, so created largely for local needs and with the participation of local communities. As in the case of the achievements of the aforementioned artists, Aravena and Lacaton Vassal studio, Kere's output, although formally very interesting, is clearly different from the main trends of world architecture that we have observed over the last few decades. It is a low-budget architecture and inexpensive, in which environmental problems related to climate change and social issues come to the fore. This architecture can be implemented only in broad participation with the local community, its future users. One would think that these architectural prizes and awards awarded on the global arena by groups of critics and creators of architecture recognize the most influential creators and then define the concept of architecture and non-architecture. Is it really true? Is that so?
Właściwie w Europie umarła.
Well, architecture basically died in Europe. No one is surprised anymore, and architecture does not bring new contact with it. It seems that the social and environmental involvement of contemporary award-winning artists is closer to the spirit of the avant-garde movement from 100 years ago. But will their work, however, stand the test of time, as it happened in the case of the achievements of the first modernism? The time will show. Is that the only avant-garde that in the crisis caused by the war, the pandemic, and the economic difficulties we can afford? Well, time will tell. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie profesorze.
Thank you, Professor.
Zapraszam do zadawania.
Thank you very much. And now we have time for one or perhaps two questions, or perhaps some observations or comments.
Nie widzę żadnego zgłoszenia.
Thank you so much. So perhaps I can share a very short observation with you, because in a moment we'll be having a break, and I don't want to take more of your time than needed.
No chyba bardzo ważną rzecz, którą pan profesor tutaj podkreślił, że u źródeł awangardy tej właśnie
So, as you emphasized, Professor, the sources of the avant-garde were social needs and, well, not the intention to create, emphasize the creation of one's person. So they were trying to solve these problems in an avant-garde manner. So avant-garde is a new concept when you solve problems in such a manner. So actually, one would think that the extravagant avant-garde lost its social base, and it's focused on the extravagance. So I don't think I want to assess it, because we admire these works. Is that really avant-garde? I'd ask, how about the jury of these contests and these competitions? Do they really have the feeling for avant-garde? So, for example, let me just make this observation. At some point in the 19th century, the jurors of the Paris Salon rejected works of Impressionists. So perhaps, again, we're looking at avant-garde as a manner of solving issues. So the example of Alejandro Aravena would be the one which is worth thinking about. Professor, Madam, would you like to add anything to that? Well, I'm afraid that at this stage, I have the pleasure to invite you all to a coffee break. Well, we were expecting this coffee break between the different time. So we suggest to have that coffee break right now, and I'll see you back at 4:30. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Zainteresowani kolejną sesją.
I believe that all of us willing to follow the last session today have already returned, so we can go back to our agenda. And the first paper that we listen to after the break is the paper by Professor Claudia Battaino from the University of Trento. Over to you, Professor.
Good evening, and thank you for Thomas Kozłowski for invitation. Here. Okay. Some points. Future In an attempt to represent a new society, architects have many times inventing images for the future. There are numerous projects that give off a desire to accelerate the transformation of the present. And due to their evocative power, some of these images have become symbols of unbuilt futures, while others are fulfilled prophecies. By altering the dimension of the repertoire of classical antiquity, making an absence prevail in the center, giving value to the void, not attributing any relevance to the function with respect to the space of the mind, the Boulez Library is undoubtedly one of these. Not only has architecture always had as its goal the imagination of a future destiny, but it also fulfilled this desire in the present of these buildings. The figurative ideals of avant-garde, for example, those linked to geometric purity, are drawn in Le Corbusier's build theories and architectures. In the early 20th century, abandoning the principle of imitation and naturalism, pursuing the principle of abstraction, architectural experimentalism saw values, truth, and beauty in new orderly principles. Some represented a break with established ways of conceiving and perceiving a work. They put the past into play and propose the overcoming of tradition. Others tries to compose tradition with innovative techniques. The paradigm shift in the conception of form and structures is that they had to be absolutely modern, with the aim to interpreting the new sensitivity and needs of society transformed by science and technique. If in the front of the classical work of art, it was kept a distance between the subject and the object of the representation, which brought out its aura. In the era of Benjamin technical reproducibility, this distance is cancelled. The viewer, fragmenting and break down his images, becomes more and more an actor of reality, redefining its sequences. Operators. From Duchamp ready-made, From Duchamp ready-made onwards, the continuous exploration of expressive forms, techniques, and materials, the subversion of consolidated rules has brought to light the supremacies of flow and relationships, of body and mind, of process and program, of provocation and surprise, overcoming the dominance of the form function alone and avoiding, in the best case, the ordinary and the banal. Experimenting with what in the past was perceived as an exception and arbitrariness, the movement of the advances contemporary avant-garde has proposed some cornerstones for architecture production. For example, Schumi, forms associated with elementary figures, complicated by superimposition, addition, and interpretation, represent contemporary space and its characteristic, And above all, they make it possible for all scale to distinguish and measure the distance of all perceptive elements that they enclose in their space. Layers, hybridization, juxtaposition, fluidity, instability, transparency, represents the keywords underlying the new architecture. The leap is cognitive, an oscillating movement between the object and the sense, between the replacement of the no reference system with others that are unknown. The creative process of contemporary avant-garde use text and words operators that contains alienating descriptions or imaginative result. The oscillation between paradoxical elements, such as disorientation, explosion, deformation, void, overturning, cancellation, exclusions, becomes an operational practice that uses the past as a challenge and the future as a prophecy, with the planning hope. In the current era, dominated by the constant flow of images and electrons, the vision of architecture is at the same time more and more technological and ecological. The oscillations between narrative reduction and modeling external experience are evident, for example, in Ito's Sendai Mediatek, a building hollowed out of light pylons, which contains the vertical connection, the information networks, air, water, and light. By altering the dimension, associating measure between that of limit with the generated sense and those that go beyond this limit, architecture goes beyond. The internal surface containing a circle, by free association, it becomes the hollow living space that is not only the supporting structure, but also the structure of a new body of ecological architecture. The avant-garde represented by a feeling that deviates from the permanent, from the useful, from the functional, have been produced in some manifesto works. Typological distortion and displacement sanction a new tradition of contemporary architecture, as Schumi has long to rise. Following a practice based on formal antinomies, in the Fresnel School of Art, the project questioned the common sense of the observer and makes him interact with the surrounding environment. The space is neither internal nor external, not unitary, not fragmenting. It is a continuous game of subtraction and disjunction, which enhances the perceptive structure we are used to, orienting us toward complex geometries and an expanding point of view. By eradicating the spatial composition structured on Euclidean geometry, the strategies adopted seek the constructive and emotional dimension of space, which, Eisenman notes, dislocate the discursive function of the subject and the same time of the vision, and which create a condition of time, of an event, in which there is the possibility that it is the environment that observes the subject, the possibility of a look behind. Since the discovery of the Soviet avant-gardes from the lesson of Malevich and Leonidov, also Koolhaas research questioned the principle of the unity of space. For example, the project for Villette Park calls into question the traditional figure-ground relationship. The approach adopted divides the space into many parallel bands, which will become as many landscape situations. That is the third natural dimension of the project. The new space is imagined as an open program, an archipelago of diversified architectural fragments, arranging according to a distributive, flexible, and non-hierarchical algorithm. Following this strategy, the approach values the movement and the continuous mutation of elements. A dematerialized forms define the congestion of a large horizontal skyscraper as a suitable place to organize and make a different situation where various experiences coexist. What significance does the avant-garde have today? Architecture as a sensor of a society is again called to retain the social order or to give answer to the issues of environmentalism. There is therefore a need to generate and experiment ethical and aesthetic methods and projects that intertwine architecture and landscape, recombining also several art and open architecture to impermanence and nature, contextualizing movement, flows, colors, sound, perceptual systems in new ecologies. Architecture is profoundly changing, reflecting the new theories that describe complexity, also taking into account dust, unpredictable and variable factors. Even change and time are now essential elements in composition of a work. In a survey of contemporary avant-garde, Beatrice Galilei, critic and curator of the Met in New York, tried to outline the traces of the radical architecture of the future through a series of interdisciplinary approaches which go well beyond the simple building construction. Among some examples that project, they take on the traces of new radical architecture in their poetics, the Plasencia Auditorium Congress Center of Sel Valcano, designed to playful intertwine different activities, making use of transparent materials and poor constructions, solution to minimize its footprint on the environment with respect to the landscape. Or the urban and metropolitan experience of the High Line by Diller and Scofidio, a play space very distant from the monumentality, which in different times and space welcomes and combines events which become decay to reflect on the social conditions. Or the vision of the big groups architecture of hedonistic sustainability, explicit in the Copenhagen, an architecture open to nature and ecology, and an expression on environmental attention and innovation of an intelligent and clean building. Or the forms that introject the game and at the same time constitute a critical form of urban development, of WorkAC, which in the Miami Museum Garage investigate the facade of one of many multi-story car parks of city center, which becomes a real social device. In various cases, in an attempt to pave the way for future social, political, and environmental change, buildings and city build or imagine, many of these experiments draw upon themes and currents of thought that originally emerged in the 16th and 17th, when radical architects, for example, archigrams, reacting against international modernism, fascinating by the new promises of technology and the discovery of external environment. We got news of demolition of Kurokawa's Nagachin Capsule Tower, a model of the post-war Japanese architectural avant-garde that combine that tradition of the futon with the innovative technology of the 70s. This is just one of many examples of architectural avant-gardes which entrusted its evocative power to the image of a future suspending in its timelessness. Within this framework, we can also list the numerous projects of the rational idea of architecture and the city. And these buildings have proposed building city integration strategy to advantage of collective life and document the use of certain construction techniques. But as the economic, social, and environmental conditions vary on these urban materials, time seems to be imprinted in the cruelest way. It's not surprising that with the disappearance of that type of society, those iconic buildings, imagined as real incursions from the Latin incursion, to run against, in time and space, to be always new, show today all their spatial, structural, and energy deficiencies. So, some conclusions. The forms of the avant-garde underline quite different issues and themes, and there are not panel. For example, what is the future of this imagined future? When did it grow old? What is our relationship with the new today, which the architecture of the various avant-garde is taking on as an indispensable value for imagining the future? And some think that there is a serious misunderstanding among architects. They think they are inventors and they always need to feel avant-garde, but it's impossible to be a forefront permanently. So Jungers summarize the aporia of the avant-garde. All these reflections give us a hope for a new period of architecture, which, as Tafuri said in the 70s, without indulging in futuristic projects, the realization of which will be in contrast with the crisis of the current world, today shows the action of a conscious process of the environment, of dialectical confrontation with the existing, with the models of historical tradition and rationalistic experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? Does anyone want to start? No? Okay, so thank you very much for this really inspirational presentation that have, in my opinion, it was just, you know, such a good way for illustrating the shift of the aesthetical paradigm in architecture, in avant-garde, and I also think that that this theme is something that we should definitely catch up with at the debate at the end of the session. So if anyone will have any questions, then we will come back to this subject.
Dziękuję bardzo pani profesor Batajno i zapraszamy pana profesora Macieja Janowskiego.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękuję za możliwość wzięcia udziału.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. It's November. Well, November is mostly the month of Mondays, so it's important to charge your batteries in a place which is bustling with new ideas, because we're talking about avant-garde. So actually, considerations about modern architecture and art and history usually relate to the military origins of that name. Henri de Saint-Simon, he referred to that concept of creating new ideas. It's about experiencing the ephemeric being of avant-garde currents and entangling them with metaphysical methodologies, and that has been the share of those who lived in the 19th and 20th century. However, this is also true that identifying art with uncompromised avant-garde has become the operational base for many clients and recipients of art. And here two events come into importance, especially because they were of global nature. So the first one was a balloon and the option of exploring the horizon and the landscape. The observer was pulled out from their position as a contextually built environment and was set above the architectural environment and transferred from the location experienced by senses and measured with flaner position and transported isotropic space sense only with vision. Human field of vision expanded to almost divine perspective that enabled people to see much larger expanses of space, but then it also deprived them from the feeling of expanse. This way of perception of a city and landscape enlarged to encompass an overall picture of the built environment, but reduced to its visual aspects, became a perfect tool of planning and designing in the era of rapid industrialization that transformed entire regions. And then, in my opinion, the second event was the First World War, also played an equally important role for the avant-garde movement. It was a collective experience of the millions that participated in the war.
And there was this brutal process of spatial transformation of vast areas. And that was a brutal transformation of functions of technology, use of technologies. This autocratic modus operandi imposed upon millions of the war participants exerted a significant impact on the further development of space planning and designing, and became another unobserved in time outcome of the World War I. Post-war works of artists and architects unfortunately resembled prior planned stages of an attack on the existing status quo. In order from a superior replaced negotiations and consensus, a manifesto replaced the treatise, and result the only true trends in art and architecture were created, which often later formed integral parts of the fostering and totalitarian system. So this architecture became the object of oppression on the part of architects. They were gaslighting all references to history and historical form. Everything that was related to that was undermined and unappreciated. And in consequence, users of architects were at a loss. Analyzing this phenomenon, Torbjörn Ellandsky, a writer, he wrote, "Man thinks that his new ideas will solve all the problems. The old world gets in its way and thus must disappear. The quicker the better." So that the new world could replace it and prosper. So there were some overblown but obvious and exaggerated defects of historical architecture. The easiest way, it seemed, to go for even more avant-garde solutions, to develop the expression of form just for pure expression thereof, and invent new and newer architecture on a weekly basis. But the complexity of a work is growing in parallel to the complexity of the design. So there are relations with the status quo and ever-changing environment. So it seems that there are too many variables, usually too many variables that can be possibly taken into account. But then the negotiation procedures can be supplemented by negotiations. All redundant, non-measurable elements were rejected, all procedures were bypassed, and the time needed for critical analysis of the actual time of creating a building environment was measured. Avant-garde architecture, defined on the basis of anachronic criteria, stopped to be the carrier of progress and development. And now, when the society changes and has many different layers, that trend creates various needs and demands. And there are some distinctive features of character. To build an approximate image, we need to separate them and connect them as dots, as we connect dots in a child's picture. Avant-garde creators, they did not want to be in contact with the environment. They were focused on an object detached from the environment, and with that alienation they could prosper and go for variety. And that involved psychologists, activists. Numerous arguments were voiced by them, like Stephen Hall and Gale. They postulated the recovery of our diversity as they spot opportunity in hybridism of functions of public space and buildings they created. So they wanted to take into account only basic behaviors, because modern architects' language is rich enough to engage into a dialogue with surroundings with no resort to any historical forms. And participatory forms introduced used by Ralph Erskine and Knoll allow architects to precisely define true needs. Here, the designer has all senses like smells, textures, sounds, and tastes felt during regular movements along various spatial layers that form a special feeling of a place. And thus, Dreieck in Zurich may be proud of attaining a similar variety of combined forms and places co-created by them. They became a responsible co-op inhabitants. So thus Dreieck, inhabitants, residents, they are modest officials, and they imprisoned architects in a mesh used in the construction industry, and they kept them there, accusing them of being tomb diggers, because they accuse architects of wanting to destroy this location. Thus, the defense involved mysterious disappearance of architectural models of this area, but that has never been proven that these were the local residents that were the perpetrators here. So the buildings here, they were adapted for new needs, and they were designed to complete the quarter while ensuring its open, porous structure. In turn, in Sankfabrik, which restored the former spatial structure of former manufacturing coffins, included some spaces that have some joint alleys and walkways and passages. Sankfabrik and thus the Dreieck designs had a functional layout adapted to the needs of various social and age groups, from young people through children and seniors to mentally and physically impaired. In Sankfabrik, there are 2 residential units for the refugees and a nursery school where native speakers facilitate the acquisition of language by non-German speaking children. The formula is supplemented with cultural and educational activities for the local communities. This represents another aspect of the network of interconnections. At the same time, it is also the form of sharing and cohabitating space. And here, this formula is gradually expanding according to the assumptions of the authors of Manifest für eine Architektur der Cohabitation. Architectural facilities can be cohabitated by people and also by other living organisms. Thomas E. Howe, Wolfgang Weiser, and Marc Fron defined architecture of cohabitation facilitated created by man and inclusive, suitable for animals other than people perceived as a group of users and inhabitants. Triumphant domination of architecture over the landscape that was so heavily criticized by Adolf Loos has transformed into activities clearly in conflict with nature. So these are clearly design actions which lead to the architecture which builds and shapes the coexistence of humans and animals. The need to defend of the existing biotope through construction requires proper protection. So deep changes in the approach to every single stage of planning. So technology of building completion through supplying them with national energy sources. Only few buildings which meet the criteria of the trend have been completed in compliance with such changes proposed to the design process. When designing Bosco Verticale, home for trees, since also houses humans and birds, Stefano Borg
already collaborated with botanists and ethologists who selected elements of the ecosystem, including trees. Over 800 trees were located on the 2 towers, and they were adapted to the conditions of their planting areas. When designing Host and Nectar Garden building in Colombia, Camilo Garcia and Diego Barajas from Jusas Architectura experimented with proper selection of species of birds, insects, and plants in cooperation with ethologists, ornithologists, and flora experts in Colombia. In effect, they have created a unique urban ecosystem of trees and vines, with butterflies and other insects attracted to it, and a habitat of other animals and birds. The ecosystem itself has extended its network of biological corridors, and it offers a microclimate and attracts women that design of clothing and promotes the local culture. So this is the area for the needs of fashion designing, clothing manufacturing, and housing for the people concerned. So the experience that comes from developing this small-scale project proved useful in a larger-scale Tic-Tac 2 project of VXM Architects Studio. This is a Dutch studio that designed the building like that. This is going to be a part of a new urban planning project, which is aimed at introducing residential functions to Zuidas, an office area in Amsterdam, which is quite homogeneous. The facade of the building, the elevation of the building, has been designed to accommodate both solar panels and nesting boxes and hollows for birds and bats. Watered from balconies and the roof, blooming and fruit-bearing vines provide animals with shelter and feed. The building is thus something more than a still matter. It forms part and fosters components of the evolving urban ecosystems. The example of Tic-Tac 2 demonstrates a change in a dramatic change in designing elevation. Elevation has become some kind of active coating that can generate energy, recover water, react to changes. Panels installed on the facade of the CH2 office building in Melbourne are relatively small and feature a specific arrangement of Louvre sections as a result of the building gains. In Sharifa House, entire mobile modules are installed and they can convert a winter house into a summer house. The body blocks become more porous, they can unexpectedly move forward and backward in various directions to form arcades, recessed terraces, bay windows, loggias, and balconies. The building facade ceases to function as a shield only, but plays an active role of a social elevation connecting the building interior with the public space. Then it contributes to the larger space diversity and fosters initiation and activation of human contact. So such approach to architectural elements and the condensation of urban tissue activates further components of a building and furnishes the form of a multifaceted perspective. The room is no longer technical space on the 5th elevation, but it has become an additional building floor. So it has been given the function of a garden, but also like a shower or shower school roof. It is a natural reserve, a local natural reserve, or a vegetable plot, or a sport grounds, or it could be a car park, like in Copenhagen, Nordhavn, or in Vienna in Seestadt Aspern. Adopting the existing buildings or existing facility is equally important as building new ones. When facing the crisis that
spreads over all aspects of our life. Such actions are particularly important. They can take the form of diverse interventions into some residue areas, terraces, balconies. So these are micro-interventions that introduce small elements of architecture or nature to improve the, generally speaking, quality of urban environment. And here, the currently pending conversion of the Crown Estate in London, which would be transformed into a green corridor connecting Regent's Park and St. James Park, and increased biodiversity, fully meets the criteria of the micro-intervention. Then we have the former factory building in Neu-Oerlikon in Zurich to a vine and creeper garden, MFO Park. The former ammunition factory has been transformed into multi-layer green public space. So the underlying idea of the MFO Park project was not only to utilize every element of the production hall, glass powder was used in playgrounds, but also to select plants that they could grow freely with no human intervention. Vine and creepers gradually overgrow the sieve structure, hide its shape, and change the way the plants function. The hall gets gradually naturalized and becomes a starting point for an ecosystem in this part of Zurich. As in the MFO Park, the process has been initiated and moderated by man. But in justified cases, undertaking no action and leaving the architecture for a facility to its own devices makes much more sense, so that it can be transformed into a unique urban biotope characterized with exceptional ability to regenerate, to be resilient to climate changes. The process was observed in Józef Szyce Stadium in Poznań. Over not more than 20 years, as you can see on the slide, it has become the natural habitat of endemic plants and wildlife species. The biotope has been developing here without any human intervention and is gradually merging with the southern greenery wedge in Poznań. But this greenery wedge has been massively cut out by developers in Poznań, so this is why it's so important, so that the stadium remains intact without any human intervention. And finally, what I wanted to show is the factor of the fast response. It is not included in the article, but the most recent events imposed a very high importance on it. So refugee crisis require a faster response. So it's not about designing costly prototypes like a refugee center, but it's about designing, taking actions similar to actions of Shigeru Ban or to actions taken by foundations like Habitat for Humanity, Diversity. Very many organizations with beautiful names. So they require use of local materials on the basis of simple local tools, and they are fueled on the experience of contextualism and architecture without architects. Synergy of all these experiences may have an impact on the continuation of architecture. It is also about search for the right solutions, so that buzzword is evolution of designs. Nowadays, such attitude seems more avant-garde than revolutionary change of everything and everyone. Has the avant-garde artists lost their battle against the bourgeois affirmation of life? Well, they've been both transformed. Revolutionists soon started to work for government authorities and big corps, and Philistines have learned how to defend their lifestyle
sometimes resorting to illegal methods, and they had to learn how to stand up for the ideas of rationality, morality, and their proper influence on young, faltering souls. And let me close with that by quoting Thomas Mann and one of his works. Thank you.
Dziękujemy za ten referat.
Thank you very much for your paper. Thank you very much for this lecture.
Czy mogę zapytać?
May I ask
pytania,
if there are any questions?
Państwa,
Perhaps you ladies and gentlemen here, you have questions to our speakers. Anyone?
Nie.
No question. Oh.
Super. Dziękujemy bardzo. Zaraz mikrofon będzie do dyspozycji.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Should I speak in English or in Polish?
Monika Stroka-Biszeń, Politechnika Śląska. Ja chciałam tylko...
I'm from the Technical University of Silesia. Professor, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to listen to such beautiful presentation. I'm not sure whether I understood the beginning, the start of your presentation. Well, you initially connected First World War with Dadaism and Cubism and consequences of modernism, as if they were the consequence of World War I, as if they were the feeder. Wasn't it that the 19th century cities, overcrowded cities, they caused the eruption of the war? These young boys saw very different things at the front of World War I, so it was necessary to protest of what they had had so far. So that was the reason for this revolutionary movement, going against everything that was then alive and important. Well, this session is being recorded. We would like to have some materials saved. So answering your question, whether Dadaism and everything that was around modernism, was it a result of World War I? Partially, I think so, partially. Well, World War I, this horrible, terrifying meat grinder that crawled across Europe, that contributed to more radical social moods, but caused escapism. And Dadaism was a clinical or classical example of escapism. And it is quite similar to what we have right now, because now post-culture, what we have right now, behaves as if if they have been no pandemic. And just very briefly, World War I, apart from contributing to the death of millions, also contributed to partially to dehumanizing people. We partially stopped seeing people as human beings. We started to think about human beings as if they were unreal. So this is why I combined that Dadaistic dance with the silhouette of an armed soldier. And I can see a reference here to Bauhaus dancing figures. So we have that concept which is clearly target-oriented. So that was World War I, to reach the goal in spite of any cost. So in World War I, the psychological barrier was overcome, and all that happened afterwards was this way or another connected with this narrowly defined goal. Any other questions? Any other comments?
To proszę pana profesora o pozostanie, bo ja mam.
Well, professor, bear with us because I have a question.
To znaczy tak, w ogóle to mam sporo uwag i wydaje mi się, że warto przedyskutować te obserwacje czy tezy, które pan profesor tutaj nam przedstawił. Zrozumiałem, że ogłosił pan koniec awangardy.
Professor, I understand that you announced
próbę poszukiwania różnych elementów.
The end of avant-garde and attempt to search for different elements.
Pierwsze pytanie jest takie, czy
so my first question is,
już zamknięty, czy też możemy się dopatrywać innych punktów jeszcze?
Are we going to
5 takich punktów wymienił, ale być może jest ich więcej.
see or check other points? You named some, you listed some. And then my question is as follows. You said that these ephemeric ideas or concepts of avant-garde, which were based on the disappearing old and invalid ideologies. But what you showed here, so the coexistence of a human being and nature, and then you presented this biotone city and its concepts. Do you think that this idea, this concept may turn shallow over time, shallow and fruitless? I think. Thank you very much for this question. I think it's great that we have questions like that because we're discussing avant-garde, and avant-garde is manifested in a debate. So first, Professor, I don't think that covers all. Contemporary architecture is too diverse, is too multifaceted. Perhaps it is good that I cannot grasp or comprehend all its points. Perhaps at this very moment, Francis Kera or other creators, they can come up with other different ideas. Francis Kera used to say that he likes to draw, and he can draw on sand. So perhaps that is going to be yet another point. So here we have the polymorphic nature of the contemporary architecture.
Kółko czy idealną jakąś figurę w kwadracie na przykład. Chciało, żeby tak ładnie to wszystko było, ale to już chyba się właśnie nie wróci.
So I think this is the way of no return. And then when we're talking about biophilic architecture, in my opinion, this architecture recreates some forms that were already created in Frank Gehry's studios or Frank Nouvel's studios, but using greenery. Greenery is horribly expensive. It is not what people would expect. It is more a toy of those affluent. And we should wait and see how it transforms. It may transform into a form different than the form imagined by its creators. This is more a visualization than the actual project. I'm more for checking avant-garde solutions in practice. Before we have more projects, more designs that we can test, we may be amazed and we may admire these visualizations and to look at the greenery covering the buildings, the vines, etc. But before we experience living in such houses, in such buildings, I would be skeptical about it. Stefan Boeri, he is an architect that actually closed the loop. But when the Chinese wanted to repeat it, it turned out that things were not as simple as they thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. The final presentation today has been recorded. It is the presentation by Professor Lydia Gnatiuk from Kiev. So I would like our technicians to now play the recording.
With great pleasure, I present to your attention the report, Avant-Garde in Sacral Space. Indicated to Avant-Garde in directives of architecture with the changing the era of temple construction and shaping the sacred space as a whole. Directly passionate, dramatic, absurd and fantastic, but at the same time denial of tradition, entering into conflicts with a healthy mind. The Avant-Garde became a breakthrough for its art, brought out new creativity, which brought the appearance of new features in art. The trend is shaping the sacred space in 20th century were relieved. The first scientific report on avant-garde architecture appeared at the time when historically turned out to be the main factor in strengthening the position of modernism and its successfully represented. J.V. Bangwan, Van Ho were even more concerned with writing architecture and creating postulates for her future. In many ways, modernism architecture appeared only on the pages of the work of its historians, and the few manifestations of work of this style released immaterial relativity so absorbed into historical texts that this type of architecture was studied for some time as a linguistic phenomenon. Changing architecture itself as well as an historically creatively completing the tracking of modernism in church buildings. Modernism experienced its heroic period in the 1920s. After the Second World War, simplified stylistic forms became common in many times of construction, but their development weakened significantly. After many epochs in which beautiful played a major role in artistic creation, the era of hostility towards beauty, art, ornamentation, and formal began with the birth of the 20th century. Creation tendency in shaping sacral architecture of the 20th century. From an art historical representative capture its visual components in essential to understanding the new style. In the first few decades of modernism, this question seemed quite obvious. The earliest definitions are those created by Hitchcock, who drew attention to the emerging dependence of new building materials and new building systems. The changes made possible by technology concerned both the appearance and new ways of organizing the interior space. Form of technical origin were supplemented. In the opinion of these scientific, by such aesthetical elements as simplicity, reducing or geometric forms, horizontality, and asymmetrical balance, which would become characteristic of the work of the avant-garde. The work of Frank Lloyd Wright is profoundly different from the traditional attitude to the tall building. An outstanding avant-garde creation in the field of church construction is, first of all, the first object of this time erected by him, the Unitarian Church in Owen Park, Illinois. The now Gothic building, the former meeting place of the expansion liberal community, followers of the Protestant faction of Christianity, burned down in 1904. Since Wright's family belonged to the religious community of Oak Park, he was one project about the project, which began in 1905, and the entire site was built till 1908. The new building does not belong to any known historical style, although the columns visible from the outside were decorated with motifs of Aztec and Egyptian roots. The church was built as a concrete monolith. Wright's first use of concrete in a public build in his career. The complex, both externally and internally, does not have any things by which it would be possible to recognize its purpose. The entire complex was located on three busy streets, which prompted Wright to carefully separate it from the hustle and bustle by covering the lower floor with windowless walls, and to separate the terrace from the street with a solid wall in front of the entrance into the church. The interior is decorated with a variety of contrasting geometry stripes of stained oak. Similar to the spectacular nature of worship, the absence of any figuration or symbolic motifs within was deeply rooted in Protestant tradition. The rejection of traditional forms and sacred symbolism corresponded to the liberal and democratic nature of the unitary commune, but also in this environment constituted a radicalism of the Protestant tradition. The fact that the priest and congregation were equal in Protestant denomination contributed to the unification of the interior space, and anti-censorship themes in theology had the effect of reducing decorativeness. Volker Hagley in H. Church and Stahl, Austria, radicalized these traditions and created a meeting room distinguished by three walls, glass facets, floor, and flat roof. The landmark of the building remains a tower with a visible iron frame, which gives a distinctly industrial character. Only half a century later, the Austrian church in Aachen by Volker Hagley became clear. Modernism had its addressant in most European countries, and although it did not gain a dominant position anywhere in the first half of the 20th century, some of its works were created in different European cities. An excellent example of modernism in its functioning version is the Church of St. Wenceslas Square in Prague, built by Joseph Cognar in 1926-1927. The uncommon stepped shape of the roof increased the amount of overhead natural light, and the full walls of the nave create a feeling of isolation from the outside world. The windows of the rounded apse illuminate the altar, drawing attention to the center of the liturgical action. The complicated history of the first churches built in the spirit of avant-garde modernism in Europe can be traced on the exemplar of the Church of the Sacred Heart of the Daughters in the Vermont district on Budapest, built according to the project of Aladar Arki in 1932-1933, erected in 1934. Immediately came under several criticism, especially from the conservative Catholic circles. The new building has all the features necessary to be included in the Avant-Garde. Seam reinforces contact walls create a perpendicular composition of cubical bodies, in which details in concrete alternate with glass shrouds, which are not windows but glass walls. Expressed in the principles of Mies van der Rohe, the external facade and walls inside were to be decorated with wrought concrete. Conservative representative of the church hierarchy reacted to the erected object extremely aggressively. The terms goods garage and goods factory appeared under the influence of criticism before the Austrian Congress in 1938. The outside of the sod was covered with travertine slabs. A separate tower is set aside, connected to the chapel by Avant-Garde passage. Then above these exchanged two styles, reliefs with angels by Bella Oman were added. The interior was soft with frescoes and paintings on aluminium panels. Other tricks of the Roman schools also contribute to these objects. As a result of this effort, by the end of the third decade of the 20th century, a jarring surgery had become a classic work of public art. The most avant-garde work of the Le Corbusier in 1915 in the Ronde-Chapelle. It can be said that for the first time a church building appeared which completely departed its architecture from the canons and traditions. The liturgical hall of the shaped chapel is connected to the exterior architecture by an external open altar. Unexpected poor forms organically fit into nature. Numerous planning and plastic find of this structure in the future will become widespread. The wall goes beyond the plan and essentially divided into various size openings, external stairs. Forms seems to grow out of the reliefs. A modern structure complex with the rules of grand architecture and plastically is brought to the level of sculpture. The sacred idea of church towers or domes as sorted of heavenly God's light, the towers of the chapel are unusually, thanks to the system of opening light reflection panels, they become light-producing devices. The chapel in Rushan is a complex synthetic of the architecture of plastic art, an example of the asymmetry of innovation even inside canonized architecture as church. The free plan, independent of walls and structure, open up new possibilities in the formation of sacred space. The Church of Corpus Christi, distinguished by Schwartz, perhaps the most important leading building of the 20th century, shows its correct intentions and complex artistic and ideology values. Sometimes the features of Southern Church are briefly considered with the formal origins of the newsborn, but have a different ideological meaning. Another contradiction in the work, it has ideological content of the work, the deeply religious master, but does not correspond to the basic. The basics of the church, of the body God, is a composition of two recombinant cubes, which form the main nave and the side nave, with the tower, the third cube, resembled a monumental pier. It would seem that there cannot be building further from the Gothic, except the close of the Neobarok themselves, but everything is exactly the opposite. Schwartz came to the final form precisely because of the interpretation of the Gothic structure with new materials and new aesthetic. At that time, there were several options for the formation of the church. The first considered is the wide use of the examples of historic buildings, since the method of historic and value can be presented in the drastic simplification. In their works, expressions thought try to limit the number of forms taken directly from the past. The next generation, including Beck, turned to archaic, more primitive forms. Schwarzmetal can be described as the next step close to Husserl's phenomenological reduction. Starting from historical form, Schwarz research for essential form, contrary to the growing tendency to separate form and content. Schwarz believes that the resulting form cannot be independent of the previously assumed meaning, and not pursuant to the understanding of form as a source of primarily aesthetic experience, or considered it a conquest of correctly resolved function. He also noted that the interpretation of the form is addition imposed by the artistic leads to the form of kind of ramen similar to historical. He expressed serious reservation about the absolutism of preferred in its material sense and the reduction of the goal to a flat utility detected form the immaterial needs of a person of community. Minimalist architecture and minimalism as a style of design are no again relevant, although their roots go back to the 30s of the last century. Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, the ideology of skin and bones architecture, said that only the most necessary are the beauty of structure, the lack of decor, the combination of functions in the element. Minimalism architecture, however, used traditional materials, stone, wood, glass, placing higher demands on their quality. Distinctive details in the use of elements made of chrome plate steel. Simple geometric shapes form the wall. As a rule, other volumes are derived, scaled from the main one. Even in color, minimalism was considered. White and gray tones predominated. Light plate and portrait law of minimalist architecture. The squares of light, windows opening, glass ceiling, skylighting development, the concrete of light in architecture which was laid down in the days of Art Nouveau. Minimalism architecture gained a second life in 16th of the last century, but already in high-rise building. At the turn of the 19th and 20th century, minimalism became one of the most sought after in architectural design. In this direction worked Claudio Silvestro, Tadao Ando, John Pawson. The most striking example of minimalist architecture includes the Temple of Light in Ibaraki, Osaka, designed by Tadao Ando. Laconic panels of green, composition of parallelepipeds, square towers, glass bands, water pools, and stylish, expressive stable. And Ando himself said that he took up architecture under the influence of the work and drawings of Corbusier. In conclusion, already previous studies show the churches of the 20th century can be grouped into two largest construction collections: traditional church, work of late historicism, and churches belonging to avant-garde modernism. Great styles have evolved so far to create a tangled set of shapes. The history of tradition and modernism was different. Late historicism consisted of various possibilities of formation form and removal in many different artistic and ideological attitudes. Similarly, with avant-garde modernism, which was associated with an additional complication, we possess in fact that additional to profound character in the course of critical, etiological, and historical approach change. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was the final presentation for today. And since you know, this presentation has been recorded beforehand, so we have no possibility of posing some ideas or asking questions to Professor Ignatyuk. We may open our discussion both on this final presentation, but also I believe that at this point we may return to the topics that we have touched upon during our afternoon session today. So let me encourage you to make your contribution and to engage with the speakers whom we are here with us in the room today. Thank you very much. Teresa Barodzińska from the University of the Arts in Poznań. I actually do not have any questions, but I would like to share with you some of my comments. So we continue to talk about avant-garde. There are many avant-gardes. We have the avant-gardes of the early modernism. We have contemporary modernism that continues, that is still observable, especially in the United States. We have postmodernism that has become mainstream because postmodernism is deemed finished, it has ended. We have deconstructivism that was born out of post-structuralism. We have ecological architecture, a number of populist architectures that tell us a lot of stories and solutions and so on. And we also have some completely new tendencies. For instance, the block architecture that appeared with the developments related to advancement in terms of software. And then some complete novelties, as in the case of social issues that were discussed by Professor Gurkowicz. So it's not color, it's not dynamism, it's not beauty. So instead of giving fish to people, we want to give them the fishing rod, because this is what incremental architecture is about. So everybody gets something basic and then they are free to develop it as they wish. And in order to develop it, they need to work. And it's a way to find a way out of this helplessness. So in this way, architecture reaches a completely new level. And one more thing, architecture that is referred to as parasitic architecture. Yes, an ugly name. What is it about? Again, it's about the same, so that people are able to extend the living space using a variety of tools. So there are several categories of this parasitic architecture, this kind of completely illegal structures, and those that become some
repeatable modules that can be attached to existing structures. So what will become part of the agenda, what will develop as a parallel current, what will become mainstream, and what will disappear as postmodernism has disappeared right from our space. So we need to examine it in terms of timeline, what appeared and disappeared, what generated a specific current, where the social needs, the desire for beauty, the need to be shocked. So we have a number of issues that create these avant-garde behaviors. So we have Calatrava, we have Libeskind, and in this context, yes, the star architects have emerged. Now everything seems to be changing, the inflation is creeping, there is the war, and so on. So we have a famous Japanese architect that is making his structures out of cardboard pipes, yes, to address the needs arising following the earthquake. And we see the new applications of these ideas, yes, to, for instance, as structures to house refugees. So, well, we can describe that. But now I believe that we will see a lot of new things happening, and let's hope for the best. Let's hope they are good ones. So thank you very much for this contribution, which seems to me to be a conclusion of our presentations and discussions today. Maybe some of you is still willing to add something to our conversation. I understand we are all very tired, but since I am holding the mic in my hand, I can and will share with you one small reflection. Listening to our presentations today, I cannot help by thinking that the avant-garde is something that we could observe during the 20 years from the First to the Second World War. We continue to hear the same references, Van Mies, Le Corbusier, the masters that created new solutions, that set out the new directions, and obviously, we also mentioned the Russian or Soviet avant-garde, right? So this was the force that, well, is quite unique. Maybe it's shocking when it comes to its architectural form, but as my predecessor has said, and as Professor Janowicz said, slowly it stops being enough, because there are other problems that need to be solved, and maybe we are no longer able to identify them, because there are new avant-garde solutions that have addressed them. But I agree with my predecessor in that we need avant-garde movements that change the paradigm of architecture. This is my key conclusion from today. Has anybody else like to speak? Yes, so I would like to say that I am tired. Okay, so thank you. Thank you for the time you have spent with us today. And I would like to invite Professor Kozłowski. Is Professor Kozłowski here with us? I would like Professor Kozłowski to tell us what comes next. Certainly, we should return to this very venue tomorrow for our morning session, but I believe that the organizers have all of the details. Yes, Professor, we have ended the second session. Yes, the afternoon session. The public is tired, but certainly is awaiting some guidelines about tomorrow, and so on. Yes, okay. So can you see us? Can you still see us? Is the streaming continuing? Okay, so maybe we should call it a day for the streaming part of the conference, and let me invite you for tomorrow. We'll start with very interesting sessions. So we are saying goodbye to our online viewers for now.